Testing, testing. Hi, Focus. I am just getting everything set up. And I'm just waiting for some people to join. Okay. Um, I wanted to ask you, Olga, if you wanted to join the stream as a guest in a call. Maybe so if there's any like questions I have, you could answer them on live stream. If you want. Um, okay. I'll just redirect any questions people have to ask you in the Discord server. I'm just going to quickly put this here. And let me just set up my background information. So I can monitor my stream in real time. Testing, testing. Might have to turn the game down a little bit so I can hear. But otherwise, I think I should be ready to start. Put that at about 60 volume. That should be good. And now, if I go here... Hold on, I'm stupid. I accidentally set it to the version without my microphone. What I just said, or I'll just repeat what the things I just said, because I accidentally had my microphone muted. It's a VTuber scuff. So, one thing I should mention, there seems to be an issue in the content creator build that I've noticed, where if you keep the game, if you launch the game, and you fiddle with stuff in the background without immediately starting the game, the game has, essentially, it stays a black screen, and that's why the screen was black. I had to relaunch the program. It does that sometimes with the content creator build, I noticed, if I don't immediately press start when the game launches. I don't know why that is. As I was saying, when my microphone was muted, I believe this is the version right after the one the Linif just showed off on YouTube. I could be wrong on that. Olga can correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, it's not? Is it the same one? No, I said that, yeah, I wait, so this is way newer? I thought it was the one right after. Like the version right after the one he showed off. Interesting. So, as you guys can see, there is different... Ah, I see, okay. So this should be the newest version, I believe. As you can see, I can set the game in a 4:3 aspect ratio, 16:9, and 21:9, which I'm not going to play in because I don't have a 21:9 monitor. But I do have 16:9, and I have 4K, so I can do that. I'm going to showcase 30 FPS, but I might later go on and showcase different FPSs. But from my experience, those are still, like, really sped up. Yeah, I noticed the menu's a bit fucked. I am going to erase this save. This was a save I tested a little bit before starting the stream. I didn't change the FPS. It was set to 30 FPS, so don't worry about that. I never changed it. I was just showing it off. So I'm going to show off the game. I don't have a script or anything. I'm kind of like Bean in the sense that I just go with the flow. I don't write things or plan things out beforehand. Also, this is a live stream, so it's not like I have a script to even work on. Everything is in real time. Maybe there's a delay on Twitch. Maybe some of you guys might be like a little bit behind because of latency. But you are mostly basically just seeing everything in real time. There is no editing, nothing is cut. So yeah, this is the content creator build, which is a bit different than the tester build. It would be funny. Yes, Corvo, I have played the original Twilight Princess so many times. I think it was like when I was a kid, it was like one of my favorite games on my GameCube. Fun fact, not a lot of people know this because I deleted the YouTube video. But the first time I've ever done content creation, ever, was back in 2009, where I recorded a YouTube video on like a really shitty quality like camera of me playing Twilight Princess on an old CRT TV with my GameCube. I deleted the video a long time ago because I was a kid and it doxed me. Like, it showed my face and my family and my name and a bunch of other things I didn't want online. But yeah, like, Twilight Princess holds a special place in my heart because it was like the first time I ever done any kind of content creation was with this game. And this game was a huge part of my childhood. I played this a lot as a kid. I'm sure everyone here has played Twilight Princess before, but if you haven't, it is a really good Zelda game. It is one of the best Zelda games they've made, in my personal opinion. This is the one that was, like, the really edgy one. But, like, this is not, like, the one that I get, like, so fun fact. For a long time, this was the only Zelda game to ever be rated T for teenager. Most of all the Zelda games were rated E for everyone. And I believe up until recently, all the Zelda games were rated E for everyone or E10+, until they've re-released Majora's Mask. The re-release in some regions was rated T, but apparently not in every region. Yeah, I also felt the same. Playing Twilight Princess as a kid when it had a teen rating, it always felt so surreal. It was the only Zelda game to have the teen rating when I first played it. It was, like, amazing. You probably can't see my rupee count because my VTuber model is in the way. I apologize for that. But that's not, like, a really important thing. I don't think anyone cares about how much dollar bills I got. It does feel smooth. It is really smooth. I am playing at 30 FPS, and I didn't change it. Yes, I can do the backflip. I didn't change it, so it should be 30 FPS, but it is definitely way smoother than the emulator. And there's, like, I don't know how to describe it, but, like, if you guys ever when you guys get a chance to play this, when it releases, one of the first things you'll notice is that this is way better than an emulator. Like, when you play with an emulator, there's always a little bit of, like, input latency. There's, like, no input latency here. Everything is so buttery smooth. When I walk around, if I even lightly press up on my controller, Link moves immediately. There's no small delay. No delay at all. Like, everything is buttery smooth. You may notice there's, like, audio issues. That's in the current release. The current build. This is going to be fixed, obviously. Any bugs you see when I play are going to be fixed long term. Like, this is an early content creator build, so, like, you're going to see a lot of bugs, and that's fine. This is not, like, don't expect a lot of these bugs in the public release. Yes, Corvo, ports are, like, so much better than an emulator. If you ever watch Beans, explains it really well. Essentially, yeah, if you watch Bean's video, he explains how the difference between a port and an emulator very well. And why the ports are always better than because, like, essentially, an emulator is trying to convert the computer's code to the... Basically, it's trying to run the computer's code turn the computer's code into the GameCube's code. Which is limited by, like, the effects of the GameCube. The GameCube's power and all that. And because of that, it doesn't have a lot of the modern performances. The game expects to run on a GameCube, so it has a lot of the GameCube performance. Of course, you can up it with, like, texture packs and stuff. But you're limited by what you can do. Whereas a PC port, you can have custom enhancements, and there's a whole bunch of stuff. You can, like, make the game a better frame rate, enhancements. Basically that, Corvo. You're turning... Yeah, basically what Olga said. Bean explains it far better than I could. Oh, if you... in terms of HDified, Olga has actually explained to me that this build does support texture packs. So I could actually just plop on Henrico's texture pack onto this, and you guys can see me play with, like, 4K textures. I chose not to do that right now, but I probably could, because I have Henrico's texture pack on the emulator. I suppose I could literally just, like, plop it in here, and you guys could see the game with, like, 4K textures. In fact, I think if I just go to my emulator right now and just take the files from there, I should be able to. Try to remember what folder the texture pack was in. Okay, I'll look at the guide. What folder was my texture packs in? I forget. Was it? Because Henrico comes, like, pre-installed with everything. It should... I think it was in System. And... Was it in... No, it wasn't in Resources. GameCube folder. No. Not System GameCube. I'm trying to remember where all this texture pack was. Let me just see which one has the biggest file size. Which folder. It's probably in that one. User folder. The load folder. Okay, the load folder. It's in the load folder. Now, I should be able to... I'm gonna keep playing for a bit, but once Oga is finished typing the guide, I will show off the 4K textures on the PC port, because I'm sure a lot of people would love to see that. I imagine that's something a lot of people are looking forward to. And I actually talked to Henrico months and months ago, back when the PC port was first announced. And I was actually asking him, does he think that, like, when the PC port releases, he would be able to port, like, a lot of the, you know, like how the Henrico Magnifico texture pack comes with two versions. There's a post-processing version, which has, like, extra effects, but runs like garbage, and a regular version. I actually talked to him way before the Linith Discord was made, months ago, and I asked him, would he be interested in, like, trying to find a way to get, like, the post-processing edition to work on the PC port without an emulator. And I can't say that that's going to happen because he hasn't talked with the developers about that. But I thought I'd mention that to Oga. There's a possibility, maybe, because I know the Henrico pack also has, like, there's two versions, a shader version. And if possible... Ah, you did? Okay. That'd be interesting. Maybe we might be able to see the post-processing version. Because the post-processing would be quite nice to see. Okay, so let me see this guide here. Okay, so... folder... I'm going to close the game real quick and relaunch it with the texture pack, because I'm sure a lot of you want to see that. Technically, I don't know if we could port... I don't think you could port the HD version's textures to this. I mean, hypothetically you could, but you wouldn't be able to distribute it. Because, for basically, how the PC port works, you provide your own ROM, and it extracts the assets from that ROM to the code, so like the code, you can run the game on PC. But it doesn't extract the this doesn't work with the Wii U version, which is the HD version of the game. This is meant for the GameCube. I suppose you could make your own texture pack if you extracted all of the textures from the Wii U version, but you would not be able to distribute it because all of those textures are copyrighted by Nintendo. I considered doing that with an emulator at one point. I took the Wii U textures, and I tried to make a texture pack with the Wii U textures, but I couldn't figure out how to extract the textures from the Wii U version. And it felt like too much work for something I couldn't distribute. So I just gave up on that. But I'm sure if someone's dedicated to do that, they could. Anyways, go to my PC ports folder, Courage Reborn folder. Do this. And then this. And then I just should be able to just plop all of this. It's this one, the GZ2. And then I just go here, copy all this, X, and paste from the emulator. Now I just gotta wait about a minute. And I should have the texture pack installed on the PC port. And then I just run it. And you guys will be the first to see 4K textures in the PC port. "20 seconds remaining." Well, Rife, the development team have done a lot of work to get the game running this smooth. The performance has had some ups and downs through different versions. Some of the versions have had really bad performance, other ones have had pretty good performances. They've worked really hard to get it to run this well, while fixing a lot of the bugs. If you watch Bean's YouTube channel, or look at Linif's channel, or just like any of the development channels and dev testing channels, you will notice a lot. You'll notice like a lot of the like progress they've made through this. So I should have 4K textures now. Yes, 4K textures by Henrico. It's installed. I forgot to save my progress. Oops. Also, if you're wondering why I now have PlayStation buttons, I modified my Henrico texture pack for use with a PlayStation controller, so I should have PlayStation like button prompts now. That was on my Dolphin version of the game. So I got, like, PlayStation button prompts now. And you could do this with, like, any controller if you have the files for it in the texture pack. I've seen people do this with, PlayStation controllers, Xbox controllers, the modern Nintendo controllers, etc. So now you see there's 4K textures for everything. You want the links to download the controller buttons. I believe Henrico links them on his website. When you download the 4K texture pack, and he has the list of all the instructions, he lists a bunch of, controller button textures you could use with the texture pack that also come in 4K. So you could use them with the texture pack. You just have to add them to the texture pack yourself. I added the PlayStation one because I personally game with a PlayStation controller. But yeah, that's why there's PlayStation buttons here. So I'm gonna just play and see how far I can progress until, like, something either happens, the game breaks, or, like, what. I'm pretty much probably just gonna be streaming for the rest of the day. I don't know how many people are gonna watch the stream. I know there's, like, almost 5,000 people in the Discord server, but there is no, like, pinging. I didn't ping anyone for this, and I don't know how many people are gonna come and go, because I'm gonna be streaming this for a few hours. So people are probably gonna go to bed at some point. Some people may stay up. Oh, right. Epona. I forgot to get Epona. I'm stupid. So yeah. Right now, there's about 17 people here, but I expect more people to show up as time goes on. It just depends on when people view the content channel. But I believe this is the, Sure, you can sleep on the job, Corvo, but I just hope no one breaks the rules, because I can't moderate the chat myself and play at the same time with this many viewers. I believe this is the first, like, live stream of the PC port, though. There's been many YouTube videos of the PC port and content showcases on Discord, but I believe I'm the first person to actually live stream it. Also, if anyone has any questions about the PC port, you could ask Oga the Real or join the Discord, because Oga the Real is one of the people working on the PC port. Hi, Sour. Or, sorry, Sore. I am fucking bad with names sometimes, I swear. Can I do a goat speedrun? Probably not. I always suck at getting the like speedrunning goats. I think my fastest time for like speedrunning the goats was like 7 seconds, but I've always been pretty bad at this. Again, there's more audio issues, as you'll notice. Yeah, there's no audio in this section. That's fine. I don't know if my controller is having... There should be an Xbox Series UI. I'm noticing a little issue with Epona. I don't know if it's my controller or something with the PC port. I don't think my controller has drift, but I'm noticing Epona's drifting when I'm riding her. I think it might be because of the GameCube controller has a different dead zone than modern controllers. It could be that, but I might have to check my controller after the stream for drift. It might be drifting. I'm not sure. I don't think it's drifting. It wasn't drifting yesterday. Is that a possibility, Oga? Do you think it might be because of the dead zone? Because I know the old GameCube controllers have way different dead zones than modern controllers. It could just maybe be that the dead zone on a PlayStation DualSense Edge is just so different than a GameCube controller. that the dead zone might be messing it up. Because different dead zone. I don't know. Because I don't seem to be having a drift, like, the issue with, like, Link. It just seems to be with Epona. Yeah, because, like, when I walk back and forth with Link, it's not, like, drifting. Wait, well, there's a little, maybe a little bit of drift. It looks like he's turning yeah, he's turning slightly. It might be the dead zone. I'm going to quickly test for drift on a website. I know there's a website you can test for drift. Hold on. Stick drift test. Gamepad stick drift test. Start. Gamepad tester. Yeah, there's no drift. I think it's just a dead zone thing. Because I don't have drift. I just checked. I like how I can see the chest here. That is funny. I can see it without the lantern. That's so funny. And it's like so bright. Okay. Yeah, there are sites where you can plug your controller in and go on the site and it tests your controller for drift. It shows you like where your sticks are pointing. I use them all the time. Minecraft glowstone. Indeed. The sound issue, not having sound is a wild experience because this game has such amazing sound. Like, in my opinion, I think Twilight Princess... I should restart the game for sound? Hold on, let me try. Continue playing. Hold on, I want to check something. Do any of these sound options do anything in the PC port? Or do these not do anything yet? I'm gonna set the stereo. But I have no fucking idea if those do anything. Yeah, there is like a little bit of a... seems to be an issue with the DualSense Edge. Where, like, there's a little bit of, like... well, my controller doesn't have drift. There's, like, an issue where whenever I press forward, Link always seems to slightly turn to the left or right when I walk. So I can't seem to walk in a straight line. I don't know why that is. I think it's Dead Zone related, though. Okay, I'm gonna relaunch the game. See if that fixes some of the sound. No. Do not continue playing. Close the port. Reopen the port. And let's see if the sound is fixed. Okay, so now sound is working. The game is a bit quiet. My decibel recording is a bit down. I also turned the game down a little bit in volume mixer, so let me turn that back up. I thought it would be much louder. But I guess not. So I could probably turn that a bit up in volume mixer. And I will... My gain capture is set to negative 15 decibels. But I'll just put that all the way up, just to be safe, for now. Is this a bit better, Corvo? They should be better. If it's not, I don't know what else it can do. There is one... I might need to turn down my background stream now, though. Because I always listen to my own streams in the background, just to make sure everything, the audio sounds good. But now I'm hearing double music because of latency, and it's a bit annoying. So I'm gonna just turn down the volume on my self-viewing stream. I do think Smashing Pumpkins would make a great band. Okay, I might have to mute this background stream because it doesn't affect your guys' viewing experience, just just for debugging for my own streams, but it is annoying, so I'm muting that. I cannot handle hearing the music go twice, like echoing itself. That is really annoying. Maybe. I don't really need the debugging audio for my stream right now. I don't really need it, so... I'll just turn that off. Also, to any newcomers here, because I know there's a lot of new people here who are here to see the PC port, I apologize if my VTuber model, like, is really fucked up sometimes. Model tracking is a pain. I don't know how much of you know a lot about VTubers. But VTubing tracking stuff is really scuffy a lot of the times. Oh, and I forgot to turn on my, light, because I need light to track my face. So it should track slightly better now. I can't answer that, because I've only just got access to the content creator build, like, an hour ago. And I haven't got that far. That might be a question better to ask Oga, but in my experience, it runs pretty smooth. There are some issues with the audio, but the game runs pretty smooth on my end. If you're just joining in, we were explaining earlier how texture pack support was added, and I'm playing with the Henrico texture pack. I completely forgot I got access to the fishing rod. Oh, that is interesting. Yes, 4K textures are on. I just noticed, when I open the inventory, the game is forced back into 4x3. That is interesting. Yeah, I'm not complaining about it. I just said it was interesting. Not fishing without the fishing music is so peaceful. One feature I hope gets added when we get enhancements is the ability to skip like every cutscene. I know a lot of them are skippable, but some of them aren't. I would really love to be able to skip every cutscene. It saves so much time. You got milk in a bottle. No. Do not buy that. I don't have enough rupees. There is a small issue with my keybinds. I might change that later. Because the square button puts things on the circle button. Whereas the circle button is the sword button. But the circle button should be one of the equipment slots. As the triangle is. Triangle is binded correctly. So my triangle is bind correctly. But I have square and circle. I have them swapped around. I might fix that later. I gotta find rupees. Need 9 rupees. Wait, did that ruby just despawn? I didn't even pick it up. It just fell through the ground. That is hilarious. That rupee just phased out of existence. Hey. Did anyone else see that rupee just like phase out of existence? Like that one that was on the ground over there? That was funny. Does anyone remember, like, in early beta testing versions, when people managed to crash the game just by, like, rolling into this tree? That was so funny. Remember that? That was funny. Rupees, I need 3 more. I slightly regret not naming Link Stink, because that would be so funny. Play the entire game, but Link is called Stink. I have done that before, it's funny. The rupees. The rupees are real. Corvo, you're always memes. That is based. Got a 5 rupee. Now we can get the slingshot. No, I don't want to buy the milk. Give me the slingshot. I don't like how these textures for the PlayStation buttons are a bit off center. But what can you do? I'm gonna fix my key bindings later. I don't feel like fixing them right now. Ah, the inverted aiming. I'm gonna be so happy when the enhancements come out and I don't have to deal with inverted aiming. I never understood why Nintendo had so many of the games have inverted aiming in the past. It never made sense to me. Why is down up and up down? It never made sense to me. Ah, the slow climbing speeds. Don't you just love these? There's so much from Twilight Princess I love, and I'm nostalgic for, but there's also so much that it just desperately needs to be modernized. And I'm so glad the PC port is going to, like, modernize the game. A lot of the enhancements are going to be really nice when they come out. Oh, what the fuck is going on with the beeping? Oh, that is funny. The heart beeping is going crazy. Ba ba da ba ba! You got the sword. I might need to quickly swap around the controls because it's a bit distracting. I cannot play with the controls like this. It's confusing me. Hold on. Config.ini. I love how Olga is like praising me for being 1,000,000,000 steps ahead because I have the PlayStation UI. I have had that forever. I don't necessarily know if this build has the modifying input, like in settings, work, but I'm gonna try. B button should be this one. What the hell? I can't change this keybind for whatever reason. Hold on. I gotta quickly figure out what these buttons are. I gotta swap B and X. Hold on, I'm gonna fix the controls really quick. Controls. Launch the game. drink some of my energy drink. So good, it's creamsicle flavor. Now just switch these two buttons around. Yep. We have PlayStation buttons. Hold on, I'm trying to fix something. Scuff, and scuff. What the hell is going on? That's fine. I'm gonna let you talk, Olga, in the Discord. Or I'm gonna hold on. Discord reactive. Voice. Set voice to and
Yo, what's up? What's up?
change this to this. I'm just
Yeah, share
setting
your
this and
screen
stuff
real
so
quick.
people can hear you. Just a
Yeah,
sec.
if we're able to.
People should be able to hear you now. People should be able to hear you now.
What's up? What's up?
So Olga is now here.
My throat is fucked up. Let's see how this goes.
Okay, so I'm having an issue where I deleted config.ini, relaunched the game, did not touch display, opened it up, and I am not getting any of. Hold on. Like right here, you see my config file right here? I
Let
am
me see.
not getting any of the, like, I'm not getting the buttons to display here at all.
Yeah. That's kind of fucked up. So just open the game real quick and show me the game itself.
Okay. I'll show you the game. Reborn.
Live debugging.
Yeah, debugging live, everyone.
Hype, hype. Go to settings.
Settings.
Input.
What?
Okay, go down, down, down.
All the way?
Nah. Nah, go to like R. Right trigger.
Right trigger?
Yeah, just click on your X button or something. Just click X. Controller X. There we go. Don't do anything. Go back to your ini file.
Okay.
Might have to reopen it.
Okay, now all the buttons are there.
LMAO, show me.
Change stream. Config.ini. Now all the buttons show up.
Yeah, so R_0 in the list. Let me see this.
Yes, this one?
Right there. Yeah, so you're going to empty that one out.
Delete it?
Yep, delete that line. Right, and you want to switch a button or something?
Yeah, I'm trying to switch X and B.
Oh, there you go, X and B.
Yeah, so...
Switch both of them, both the 0 and the 1.
Okay. 20... B... This becomes 27. 27. This becomes 8. And this becomes 8. Do I change this while the game is open, or do I close the game?
Nah, restart the game, man. Restart
Close it and then save.
Oh, you can save it, but you restart the game. Actually,
Okay.
do close it first. Save.
And save. Let me see if this fixes it now. So if I launch the game now... Oh, but shit, I have to change the display in config too, because you said if I change the display in-game, it messes up all the settings.
Yeah, try that later. Just test the button real quick.
Okay, I'll test the button real quick. Let's see if this fixes it. Launch the game. If this works, my square button should be my sword, and my circle button should be my X. So it should mimic like a real GameCube controller, at least the locations of the buttons. So it will help with my like my hand-eye coordination memory. Let's see if this works. I hope this works because it will help my hand-eye coordination. Because using B for the sword, like on modern games, it's really confusing when playing Twilight Princess.
Wait, not the A button.
What?
Never mind. I thought you were swapping something else. Let's see.
No, the square button is still not working for the sword.
Can't.
Wait, now neither button. Now the circle button's not working either. Circle and square don't work at all now. Neither button
There's no
works
fucking
now.
way. There's no fucking way.
What the fuck?
Show me your config ini again. I am eating A Dutch delicacy, Mr. Corvo. Very delicious.
We all know all the staff are Dutch.
Let's see. So you want to swap B and X?
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to do. It says I put B to 27, and was it the second one that was the right one, and I set them to the wrong button? Oh,
This
it might
looks
have been the
weird. Let me
second one
open
that I
my
had
own.
to. I copied the buttons from the first one. That might be the issue.
It's
I
fine.
might
Just
have
let
had
me
to
open
change
my
it from
own
the
real
second
quick.
one. Let me try that. Delete config.ini. Launch the game. Every time I delete the config, I
Yeah,
gotta
but
re-extract the
those
files.
numbers are not supposed to be the same. So just delete those lines and regenerate them real quick. It's supposed to be 0 and 2, not 27 and 8.
Sure, too. For PlayStation controller.
That's default, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to settings, input, change R again.
Why? What are you doing? No, don't do that. Just show me the config again.
Oh.
It's way faster this
I
way.
deleted the settings, so I had to reload the keybinds.
If. Yeah, so you
1
basically
and 2.
put the wrong keys in there. So swap them, but I want to see you swap them just to verify it this time. Let's first
E1
do 2.
should go to X1. X goes 2. Just like that.
And keyboard as well, so the zeros.
0.
27 is 8.
You want this to also be set to 2 and 1?
No, 8 and 27.
Okay.
Swap
8.
them. Yep.
27.
Beautiful. Let's try it.
Okay, now save. Close. Relaunch the game. Ooh, I'm getting quite a lot of viewers right now. Noticing my viewers
Yeah,
go
because I
up.
just joined.
True.
Admin stream. Who wants to be a tester, guys?
No one replied to
does.
that. I think everyone's just lurking. That's not Bean. Oh my god, someone thought you were Bean.
Me, oh god, the real deal. I can get linifadomra here as well.
Oh, that'd be so cool. And people would be hyped to see Lineth here.
That motherfucker won't speak though. That's
He probably
not gonna
won't.
happen.
I'm surprised someone thought you were Bean. Does this look anything like Bean?
John Bean.
Okay, it's working, and that works.
Fucking beautiful.
Okay, let me just
Never
test the B
doubt
button works too. Square
admin.
seems to work. I just want to test B. Yep, everything
Goes
works.
in the square hole.
Okay, all this is fixed. I just gotta change the display now.
Yep, you can do it on your own, right?
Yeah, I can.
Alright, everyone.
Config.ini.
See ya later.
And doing all this, it should go back to how it was before. Okay, chat. We fixed the keybinds. Everything should work fine and properly and nice and dandy now. Continue. Play. I swapped X and circle. This should make it so that the controls are now in line with the GameCube controls. They should line up correctly. Cut grass is nice. And now it's time for the slingshot part. Chat, watch me do slingshot stuff with no sound. And inverted controls to boot too. Because you know how it is, Nintendo loved their old games having inverted camera controls for whatever reason. What do you mean square and circle are swapped? That wasn't a UI thing. That was a keybind thing. They're in the right places. It was just a keybind thing. Sword time. Get to test the sword now. The slice. It's just a basic swing. Stab time. Stab. The spin attack. Does quick spin work for this? I don't know. Holy shit! The quick spin works for that. I didn't even have to hold it down. I've never actually tried doing the quick spin for that, I don't think. And the jump attack. Fun fact, I used to have hand tracking. My model used to be able to track my hands, but my hand tracker broke. It's so sad. You guys could have saw me, like... Hold on. I know someone said something about how they wanted, a feature that I could just, like, do really quick. Somebody said something about how they wanted the staff to put, like, a controller thing where you could, like, you could see the buttons you, like, an input thing where you can see the buttons you press in real time. I have a program on my computer that lets me do that. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this to work. I haven't used this in a long time. So I should go here. Controller mappings. Center to screen. Where is it? I should be able to have an input thing. Just this filter is. Let me see. Filters. Check filters. Crop. I'll fix it in a sec. I do that. Hold on, why is that input viewer not working? I might have to capture it. Let me try recapturing this. Hold on. Roller capture. Then transform, screen, filters, effect, chroma key. That is not an option. This is how I have to do it. Let me put this in the corner here. And let's try this now. Now you guys should be able to see my key with the buttons I press in real time. I hope you guys enjoy that. Let me just update the Discord on that. I'm sorry to anyone who left because of how long that took to do. I know some people would have wanted to see it. So there you go. There's never not scuff with a VTuber stream. VTubers are known for the amount of scuff they have. Who knows? Staff are always bullying the streamer. I got the lantern! Yay! What the fuck was that? Oh. Why would you throw shit at me, Corvo? That's mean. You know something I want to test on the PC port? Hold on, there's something I really, really want to test on the PC port. After I get to this area, there's something I really want to try. That's what I want to try. I want to see if I can pull off the speedrunning glitches on the PC port. I don't know if any of the other testers have tried that. And I know I'm like the first to do the content creation. So I don't think any one of the other content creators have tried that. I want to try that. Someone needs to try it. Probably not. I'm not the best at speedrunning Twilight Princess. I've done the tricks before. I've done the strat. It might be a bit difficult to deal with this dead zone thing though, because as I mentioned earlier, there's still like the issue of like Link turning left every time I'm moving forward when using the PlayStation controller. No, that's just happening in general. Because it does the same thing when I press WASD. Ow. You don't need the Gale Boomerang to do back in time? I don't know where you heard that. That you don't need that. Interesting. Who followed? The following notification thing is so small on my end. I can barely read who follows me. I don't know. I apologize. I need to find a way to fix that. The pop-up on my screen is so small, I can barely read it. Where's the fucking goblin with the key? I am so confused, because usually I rely on the sound a lot to tell where I'm going. Like where enemies are, but there's no sound. Again. I think he's in the cave, isn't he? Yeah, he was the one in the cave. Yeah, this is not the Wii version. This is the PC port, which is based off the GameCube version. I want to try back in time. I want to see if I can pull it off on the PC port. I'm not going to buy anything from you, not yet. Let me just save once after I get this. I still want to attempt it just because the chat wants to see what would happen, but I have a feeling it's probably not going to work. A lot of people want to see me attempt it, so I guess I'll try it. After Goat Part 2, I will... Once Link gets turned into a wolf, I'll save the game, make a second save file, and attempt to do back in time on it. Just to see what happens. But I don't think anything's gonna happen. Holy shit, guys, Bean joined.
What the hell are you guys doing? What are you doing in here alone, bro?
Oh, I forgot I didn't leave, and I'm live streaming.
Oh my gosh, can they hear me?
Yeah, people can hear you.
Oh, my fans! Oh my gosh.
Your fans are here. Fun fact, people thought Oga, who was on stream earlier, they thought he was you.
Bruh. Why?
I don't know why. People thought Oga was you. I do not know why.
Do we sound alike? Because I've never heard him.
You don't sound alike at all. I don't know why.
Bruh.
Oh my god. Oga's gonna do something funny.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, he can't do it. He was gonna server mute you. That would have been so funny.
These guys, I swear to God.
Yeah, I am live streaming the content creator build right now on Twitch.
And your, what is it called? I mean, Oga's in the chat?
Yeah, Oga's in the chat.
That's where he's talking?
Yeah. He was actually, like, voice chatting on my stream earlier. He was helping me debug some stuff because there was an issue. There was some issues I needed to have him help me fix. And we managed to fix them. We had live debugging on stream.
Live debugging, that's what I like to see.
And people want me to attempt on the stream, on the content creator build, people want me to attempt back in time to see what would happen. Oga says it probably won't work because of how, like, the memories work on the PC port compared to GameCube. But I'm still going to attempt that just because so many people are asking me to see what happens if I do attempt back in time. So I'm going to try to attempt it.
I mean, I'm not super familiar with the glitches and stuff in these games, but don't you need to reset, like, the console for that?
Yeah. That's why
Do you have, like, a... How would you do that
I
here?
can turn off the game and see if that works. I probably won't.
Right, you just punch your computer.
Alt F4.
Wait, let me check out the stream. Oh my gosh, my little
Puka
guy is so
not gonna work.
small. Why is my guy so small next to you, bro?
Because
I'm so tiny.
she's 12 feet tall.
Oh, naturally. Tim is like
Yeah.
a foot tall. I should be way smaller. Is that friggin' Bean? Pukas, it's okay. Maybe one day you'll be
Puka
cool
says
enough to get on the stream.
Puka says it absolutely is not going to work, but I guess I could still try it. People want to see what happens. I guess I could try it. It's not.
I mean, at least
work.
we know you can do. I mean, at least we know you can do gate clips. So that's. You could at least try to pretend to be a speedrunner.
I know gate clip is probably going to work. Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah,
happened
Puka's already
to the
got it to
timer?
work.
What the hell happened to the goat timer?
Did you max it out?
Think.
There's no way you've been doing this for 99 minutes, right?
No, I did not. I do not know what the fuck
Are you
happened.
this bad at the goat section?
I suck at the goat sections, but I'm not that bad.
No,
I've always failed to do them really fast when attempting speedruns. I suck at doing these like really quick, but I did not take 99 hours or however.
Dude, math doesn't lie, bro. It's 99 minutes, so that would be an hour and a half.
Okay,
the math doesn't lie. You took an hour and a half to hurt these goats, bro.
What the fuck? That might be something to look into for in the future, because I think that's a bug.
Yeah, nerf the goat section for Kirana. She needs it.
Oh fuck! Can't believe
Bro,
it took 99 minutes to fucking hurt the goats. Oh, I noticed something being with the content creator build. I don't know if this is on the tester build.
What?
I found out that when using a controller, I thought it was only on the PlayStation controller, but it seems to be when I used keyboard and mouse too, like WASD. My controller does not have drift, but it seems like the game is registering it as drift. When I press forward, this is very noticeable on Epona, but like when I go forward, Link is not always moving forward. There's like a drift sometimes. Like if I go forward, like you see how he's turning to the right? I am not pushing it to the right at all. That happens regardless if I use mouse and keyboard or anything.
In my professional opinion, it's the monkey's fault.
It's always
he's sabotaging us even after he was forced to obey.
I think I told Oga what my theory for this is on the content creator build. I think it could be due to the dead. I thought it was related to the dead zones because controller dead zones on a modern controller and on the GameCube controller are very different. But I don't think it could be that anymore because it does the same thing when I use keyboard and mouse doesn't have a dead zone.
Yeah, that's weird. Wait, it drifts on keyboard and mouse, did you just say?
Yeah, like when I press forward, like if I just press W.
Now that's weird.
I just press W to go forward, Link slightly drifts to the left or the right. Sometimes, not always. It's inconsistent, but it happens sometimes.
Did you launch this game via the launcher, or did you just
I don't have access to the launcher. Okay, I should probably get access to the launcher at some point, but I did not get the launcher.
That's up to Pukas.
Well, yeah. Pukas, can I have the launcher at some point?
Don't give it, Pukas. Don't fold.
I don't know why that issue's happening.
Interesting.
I don't know why I'm having that issue. It's kind of annoying. Especially when I'm using Epona, it throws me off balance.
Right, it's not your fault that you couldn't herd the goats in under 99 minutes. It's definitely the controller's fault.
Don't test me, Pukas. I could give you 20 cents instead of 10 cents.
Oh crap, big spender over here.
I have the adult money. That's what happens when you're an adult. You have adult levels of money. I can get whatever I can send you more than 10 cents. I could send you so much fucking money. Why the fuck did the music just suddenly, like, explode loud?
I have a really long Steam wish list. Once it's cleared, you'll get the proper build.
I have no clue. I'm not a developer.
Yeah, that's interesting because I play on a controller that's like it's a Switch controller basically. I play on a Switch controller and I never experienced that. I've never tried keyboard and mouse though.
I don't know. It could maybe be because of you use the launcher, and I know the launcher has controller support. I don't think the launcher...
this one was not launcher. The one, my most recent video with the monkey fixed, that one was not done via the launcher, and I played it for longer than the rest of them, and I did not encounter this.
Is it possible it could just be something... Because I tested this controller for a drift. I thought it may have been drifting, but there was no drift on the controller when I tested it. So it's only happening here, and it's happening with keyboard and mouse too. And
have you tried turning it off and turning back on while the game is still running?
Like the controller? I could try that. Yeah. Another thing I think maybe it could be is it could maybe be because you guys designed this to work with Xbox and PlayStation and Nintendo controllers, but I'm not using the normal PlayStation controller. I'm using the DualSense Edge, which is the Pro version, which has, like, different firmware and stuff, so maybe that's what's affecting it. I don't know.
It could be fixed with... I don't think... So if it is something with the controller specifically, it could probably be fixed by just adding a thing where you map your inputs, and then, you know, you press up and it'll just register that. Just like on Dolphin. Like, press up, and you can press up on your controller, whatever that is.
I had to do some keybind fixing because my circle button... and my square button. I don't know if you've noticed that. I have the PlayStation UI.
Yeah, I glanced at the stream.
Oga thought that was so cool that I had the PlayStation UI.
Yeah, it's nice.
But yeah, my square button and my circle button, which is supposed to be B and X on the regular GameCube controller, They were swapped, and I had to do a lot of configuration with the config files to fix it.
Mine, when I first tested out controllers on the launcher, I had a similar issue to that with GameCube controllers. There's something up with the way GameCube controllers register that Pukas is apparently not smart enough to fix, clearly. Pukas, that was a direct insult.
I'm excited for this December because I bought something called the GC Ultimate 2, which is a modern version of the GameCube controller built from the ground up with like modern features, Hall effect sticks, and everything. And I am so excited to be able to play this on PC with that because it's like playing it like an actual GameCube controller, but like with a modern feel to it.
Well,
I highly recommend looking into getting one. They just finished their Kickstarter. I'm not sponsored by them or anything, but like for playing GameCube games,
not sponsored.
For playing GameCube games, it's really cool to have like a GameCube controller that has modern like quality of life stuff in it.
Naturally.
And it even has like built-in RGB stuff, so like it lights up and stuff, and it's really cool.
Well, don't tell anybody this, because if I say it, if this gets out, I'm finished, right? They're gonna cancel me. But I don't actually really like the GameCube controller that much. I much prefer a modern form factor.
I think Bean has to be removed from staff.
Dude, I'm gonna get. Don't let it known, bro. Just between us and the. I don't know how many people are watching your stream.
Right?
The 500 people, just between us and the 500 people watching your stream. I don't know how many are watching.
Random audio exploding and becoming super loud.
Anyway, gotta go.
And Link is a wolf now, right? I'm a wolf now! Chat, I'm a furry now. I'm a furry now. Oh, what the fuck is up with this Twilight effect? It kind of reminds me of the 3DS effect. You know, like when you turn on the 3D effect on your 3DS, it kind of reminds me of that. Yeah, the bloom is so fucked up here. Chat, look, it's the best girl in all of Zelda. It is best girl in all of Zelda. You can't convince me otherwise. Oh, this is not Dolphin. This is the PC port. Okay, someone wanted me to test back in time now, so let me just try that. I don't think anything's gonna happen. All the developers are saying nothing is gonna happen, but we'll see. B-I-T. Let's try back in time. At least if it doesn't work, we'll at least know if gate clip works. What the fuck happened to my screen? What did the actual fuck happened here? Pukas, what the fuck happened here? Someone in chat said something was wrong with the bloom. In the Twilight areas. Yeah, and the bloom was all fucked up in the Twilight realm. No, the bloom is not gone. It's just way more intense than it should be. It's like super intense and fucked up. Hold on. Can I get gate clip? Can I gate clip? There's two ways to gate clip. You can do it with Epona, and you can do it with the rock. I heard some people say the Epona method is easier. I don't know. I'll try the rock method. My brother told me the Epona method was easier. For him personally, I guess. Oh, Pukas already attempted it. Oh, fuck. The big rock. Okay, I'll get the big rock. I'm trying to remember how to do this. It's been so long since I did this. Isn't it like this? Fuck! Oops. Broke the rock. It's been so long since I did a gate clip. Years. I will. Hold on. Let me look up, because it's been years since I've done this. I've done it many times in the past, but it's been years. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Hold on. Hold on. Can I get this to work? Stop picking up the fucking rock. Oh. Hold on. This is what people want, Oga. People want to see what happens. Part of being a streamer is I gotta do what the chat wants. Fuck. That's how you get good views. Oh my fucking... It's been so long since I've done this. I am so bad. I am so dog shit. Ah, come on. To be fair, I used to be able to do this every time, but it's been so long. I haven't done this in years. Oh, hold on. Oh, fuck, I almost got it. Fuck. I was, like, really close. I almost clipped through. Hold on. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay. So you guys wanted me to attempt back in time, but the developer said it's not gonna work. But we know the gate clip works. I don't think I could be able to pull off back in time. Because back in time, we're here. Wait, I did an ultra rare version of gate clip without the rock? Oh, that's peak. That is so peak. There's no fucking way this works. But you guys wanted to see it. So... But there's absolutely no way this works. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. Back to the actual game save that I was playing, though.
Like poop.
Hold on. Olga, you said you wanted to see how the Twilight Realm looked, how it was, like, really fucked up with the bloom. Here, you could see it now. If you're still there. Actually, I don't think he's here, right? He said he's going to bed on Discord. Well, Pukas can see it. The bloom's all fucked up. It reminds me of the 3DS 3D effect. Like the original 3DS.
This are daddy.
Oh my god, don't you just love the giant black square when you use Sense?
Me a strong.
That is so funny to look at.
Hum a boy.
The audio is gone again. We're back to no audio. Who here thinks Midna is the best girl in all of Zelda? Who here thinks Midna is best girl in Zelda? Who here thinks Midna is their waifu? If Midna is your waifu, type 1 in chat. If you don't like Midna, say nothing. Wow, none of you guys like Midna? Oh, well, Sora likes Midna. Okay. At least one of you like Midna. Joni, why do you want to remain silent on Best Girl? I can't believe my best friend doesn't like Midna. This is such blasphemy. Not liking Midna is like one of the most blasphemous things you could say. Or even imply. Midna is clearly the best companion the Zelda games have ever had. And it's not even close. I don't know about that. Fi is pretty good, but... like, obviously Fi is really good. I might be one of the only people that think this, even though she's really fucking hated and annoying. But I also kind of like Navi. I mean, I find Navi annoying as fuck. But in terms of, like, story... in terms of, like, her influence on the story, Navi is pretty important to the story. Actually, you know what? No. The second best Zelda companion is Zelda. Zelda in Phantom Hourglass. Or sorry, not Phantom Hourglass. Fucking Spirit Tracks. Sorry, I'm stupid. Spirit Tracks. That's the second best companion. Spirit Tracks Zelda. I bet everyone forgot about that. Everyone forgot about it, but no, she's the second best companion. I enjoyed Spirit Tracks a lot, even though I know it's kind of memed on as the funny train Zelda. I actually really liked it. Phantom Hourglass is a mixed bag for me. I like Phantom Hourglass, but that one fucking dungeon that you have to constantly go back to... that one dungeon that you had to constantly go back to... oh, fuck. Pookus, I found another bug! Pookus, I found another bug. Right here, the button to climb on, the get on button, is pushing it instead of climbing on. I'm soft locked. I can't progress. And my keybinds are correct. I'm pressing get on and it's pushing instead of getting on. I'm soft locked. I can't progress past here. I'll see if I can try maybe jump attack on. No, I can't. I don't think I can. Oh, fuck. No, I'm just soft locked. Maybe backflip? I don't think that'll work. Wait, hold on. Let me try backflip. No, it doesn't work. I'm just soft locked here. That's crazy. Soft locked by a button not working. That is so crazy. I can't believe I'm soft locked by a fucking button. You can't climb up on here. Hold on, let me try it on keyboard. Okay, no. Okay, it works on keyboard. Oh, shit, you know what it is? Oh, fuck, I know why it's doing this. Olga, you remember when we were, debugging the keybinds? I know why it's doing this. Olga, do you remember when we were debugging the keybinds? I know it's wrong. You told me to press X on the R button. That's what's going on here. Hold on. That's what's going on. It thinks they're the same button. Hold on. I should be able to fix this. I just delete the line from the code. From the config. Simple, it's just a simple button. Go here. R1. R0. Delete. Save. Relaunch. This should fix it. Chad, I think this config should fix it. Let me try this now, chat. It should work now. Yes, there we go. Okay, that's good. That's good. We can progress. Well, I'm dumb. I jumped off the cliff like a dumbass. Ah, the fucking bird monster. And the audio's gone again. Will I die before I make it? Yes, I will die. Look at that 4K game over texture. Fuck off, bird. Bird monsters. Whatever. I forget what these guys are called. Well, Zelda's just a glowing ball of light. Now she isn't. Oh my fucking god, look at her dress! What the fuck is this? Her dress went Super Saiyan. Don't patch this. This looks so awesome. Do not patch this. This looks fucking awesome. Her dress turned into the fucking Triforce of Wisdom. That is so cool. She's a giant glowing triangle. She's the fucking Triforce. That is so funny to look at. I need to take a screenshot of this. This looks amazing. Hold on. This is peak. This looks so fucking cool. Pookus, do not patch this. This looks awesome. Make this a toggle. Make this an enhancement. Make this something. That's so cool. Call it Super Saiyan Zelda or something like that. You have to make this an enhancement and just call it Super Saiyan Zelda. That would be fucking peak. I don't know, but it looks so fucking cool. Super Saiyan Zelda is the fucking coolest thing I've ever seen. This is the most peak thing I have ever seen from anything I have ever worked on. I have worked on so many things before, and this is the most peak thing I have ever seen. She got the ultimate drip. This is like the #1 drip. I think we have to, like, someone got to put this on, like, someone has to paint this and hang this up on their wall. This needs to be screenshotted and put on a wall, like, as a painting. If Nintendo is watching this, or something like that, this needs to be official merchandise. This needs to be official Nintendo merch. This is the most peak thing of all time. Oh my god, I love that. I can't believe Zelda went fucking Super Saiyan. Oh, Jesus Christ. Olga, did you see the fucking Super Saiyan Zelda? That was the most peak thing ever. I can't believe Zelda went fucking Super Saiyan. Super Saiyajin. Super Saiyajin Zelda. I can't believe we didn't have a lot of viewers when that happened too, because our viewership went down. A bunch of people probably went to bed. Only 10 people saw that in my chat. Only 10 people were here to see that. I wish more people saw that. That was like the best thing ever. The world premiere Zelda. Oh yeah, I remember watching Link fall through the door at Snowpeak. That was funny. Oh, and chat, remember what Bean said? The monkey is fixed now, so I should actually be able to do the dungeon maybe. I'm still having the issue where Link is slightly moving to the left. It's not even to the left. It's sometimes he moves to the left, sometimes he moves to the right. I don't know. It just seems to be a thing. Even with WASD, I don't know why that's happening. Everyone... It seems to only be happening for me. No one else is having that issue. Oh, well, I found a bug. We found a softlock. Ooh. Oh god, the Discord is so funny. Okay. I could send my save file to you in the Discord. Do you want me to send it in the content creator channel? Or is there a specific channel you want me to put it in? You can hear me typing. Oh. Ooh. Oh, that's because of reactive voice. Hold on, I should turn that off. Wait, why is reactive voice on? Oh. You shouldn't be able to hear me type anymore. It was capturing the typing from my Discord. I modified my Discord so that when I type on Discord, you can hear me type on Discord. Well, no. When I type on Discord, it makes typing sounds on my computer, and it was capturing my Discord audio. It's a little mod I have on Discord. Let me load my save. First person to name a dungeon, I will load a save file with that dungeon. Name any dungeon in the game. Whoever said Lakebed Temple, I hate you. Pukas, when I port saves from Dolphin, do I have to convert the file from .gci to .sav? Or does .gci work? This is a speedrunning save file. I don't know if this is gonna break the game, because this is a file from a speedrun. What the hell is EBF? This is a save running speed. This is a speed running save file. That's why there's only 3 hearts, despite it being at Lakebed. I don't know how well if this is gonna like break everything. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is happening with the Zora armor? Why the fuck is there 2 links? What the fuck? Link cloned himself. He did a shadow clone jutsu. Wait, it's the water effects? Oh.
From the world. Shoot my
Lakebed Temple, but I have the Master Sword. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is a speedrun save file. On the Zelda speedrun website, they offer a bunch of practice save files for speedruns, where you can practice like speedrunning certain sections of the game. I had a bunch of them to practice speedrunning. This is the Lakebed Temple speedrun one. So, like, this is the save file to practice speedrunning Lakebed Temple. But this is not a normal save file. This is like a speedrun save file. So like so much shit is probably going to be broken unless I do speedrun strategies that I don't know. Because I don't know every single speedrun strategy. What the fuck happened here? Pukas? The game crashed. I stepped on the little bubble thing with the iron boots. The thing that's supposed to blow you up into Lakebed. And the entire game just crashed. It's unresponsive. Dad, I have been drinking Alani Nu. Does anyone here drink Alani Nu? That's what I'm drinking right now, instead of water. To those that don't know, it is an energy drink. Like Rockstar and Monster and Red Bull. And if you're wondering why I'm not drinking a Monster or a Rockstar or something, the store I went to were all sold out. So I got an Alani Nu instead. Oh, what the fuck is happening with the swimming controls? It's going crazy. Wait, is the audio back? The audio was back for like 5 seconds and then it's gone again. You managed to fix the audio issues? Good to know. Oh, well, Link is in some very nasty looking water. Look how nasty this water looks. Oh, that water looks so nasty. Wait, why is the water white? Oh god, ew. Why is the water white? That's nasty. That does not look like fucking water. That looks like something that I'm not gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say on that. That does not look like fucking water. I don't think Link should be swimming in that. I think Link might need a shower after swimming in that. I hate that the chat picked this dungeon for me to do, because this is my least favorite dungeon in Twilight Princess. Oh god, all of the water everywhere. It's all fucking nasty and white. I didn't want to say it because there's probably children watching the stream because, you know, it's a Zelda thing. But that is pretty much what it looks like. Yes. JP, that is exactly what the water looks like. Jesus Christ. That looks so gross. Oh god, and I have to walk through it all for this dungeon too. What the fuck? It's so nasty. Why is the bomb arrows freaking the fuck out? This is the worst thing I've ever seen. If Super Saiyan Zelda was the coolest thing I have ever seen, this has to be the worst thing I've ever seen. I hate this. I hate this so much. I fucking hate how this water looks so much. It looks so gross. Wait, why is there an invisible wall right here? Pukas! Oh no. Oh no! Oh god, what the fuck? Someone get ready to record this for Pukas. What the fuck is happening here? I'm clipping through the fucking wall. And there's an invisible wall right here. Why the fuck did an invisible wall just spawn and trap me here? Wait, am I gonna fall through the fucking wall? Am I gonna clip through the wall? What the f- Well, I found another softlock, I think. So far, that's 2 softlocks in one video. Yeah, Liniv showed off something like this in Snowpeak, where he opened the door and fell through the map. Something similar. But I think this might be worse than that. What the fuck is happening here? I'm clipping through the wall, but unable to, like, get out of the wall. There's an invisible wall right here. For whatever reason, there's an invisible wall right here. I don't know if this would normally happen, because again, I'm on a speedrunning version of the game. A speedrun save file. And that probably fucks with things a little bit, maybe. But, like, what the hell is going on here? Wraith, you're not a developer of, You're not a developer for this project. But you are a developer in general. Do you have any idea what the fuck is causing this? I suppose you probably have no clue, because you're not even working on this project. But in your opinion as a developer, what the fuck even causes an invisible wall like this to appear out of nowhere? I have no fucking clue how this happened. I don't know what to do here. Hold on, I want to try something. Maybe this will help. When I get stuck in the wall right here, right? What happens if I place a bomb? Like right here, right? Can I, like, bomb clip myself out of this? That's a possibility, right? That is a possibility. All of a sudden, I can't use bombs anymore. What the hell? I want to know how the speedrunner that made this save file even got the ball and chain this early. What speedrun strategy even gets you the ball and chain this early in the game? Back in time gets you the ball and chain? I did not know that. Hold on, if I transform into a wolf, can I escape? Wow. Ah, okay. Okay, I see. I have actually never seen that speedrun trick before. You go to Snowpeak earlier. But then again, I don't know every single speedrun strat for Twilight Princess. I only know some of them. Okay, I might have to, save... Relaunch... Because I don't see how I'm getting past that. What does EBF stand for? What does this save file? MDRA, are you a speedrunner? Okay, so that makes sense. Have you used any of these speedrun save files that I'm using from, like, the Zelda speedrun website? Well, the game crashed when I opened the door. I crashed. Holy shit, I crashed. These save files are outdated? I see. Interesting. More energy drink. This is such a good energy drink. It's creamsicle flavored. Like orange ice cream. Oh god, the Midna audio is fucked up now. What the? Why would I say guacamole gamer fart? If you think I'm sponsored by like one of those energy drink companies that are always sponsoring VTubers, I am not. But if any of them hit me up on Twitter, I'd be glad to take a sponsorship. I could use the money from a sponsorship. Sponsorship money is cool. If I got like my own like VTuber branded energy drink, like a lot of other VTubers did, I have no fucking clue what I would call it. I'll be honest with you. I have never thought about that, not even once. Though I unironically did reach out. Why the fuck? Why the fuck am I jumping right here? What the hell's going on here? I have no clue what's going on here. I did once think about, no, there's no, that's not a manual jump. I have no idea what the fuck's going on. Something is triggering me to jump right here. Okay, and the invisible wall returns. So this area is just a soft lock. You can soft lock yourself in this area. I'm just gonna let the staff know right here. Yeah, this... That's an awesome name. I like your name, Rook. That is a cool name. I reported this, like, area causing a soft lock with the staff team. We'll see if they fixed it. Lakebed Temple seems to be really fucked up. Is there another dungeon people want to see me attempt? Because this one is just really fucked up. Snowpeak Ruins. Let me try... Well, Snowpeak was suggested first, so... We're gonna do Snowpeak. Snowpeak is one of my favorite dungeons in the entirety of Zelda. So I'm glad whoever picked this one picked this one. But this one was already, like, extensively tested, I believe. I know, Linif tested Snowpeak quite a lot on Discord. Isn't this the one? This is like the one where, like, you, like, clip through the world. This is the one where you clip through the world, right? When you open the door. And the audio is gone again. I hope people are gonna enjoy the PC port. It's fun. I can't wait for all this scuff to be fixed. It will be so good. It's already so amazing being able to play this on computer without an emulator. Rook, are you one of the testers? Are you one of the testers, Rook? Oh. Oh, you meant like on your GameCube. Oh, no, you're talking about your Wii. I don't think your Wii saves will work with this. This PC port's built off the GameCube version. I don't know if your Wii saves are going to work on this. I don't know why, but I always hated this puzzle. I never liked this puzzle. I hope when people finish making this piece, I hope when this PC port is finished, people start making ROM hacks for it. I would love that. Rook, do you make ROM hacks? I think Skyward Sword has both of the claw shots from the get-go. Rook, if you make a ROM hack, you should make a ROM hack that adds Fierce Deity to Twilight Princess. That would be the best thing ever. Fierce Deity is so peak. Was my model being fucky wucky again? Oh, these fucking... I hate these guys. Did I find another softlock? Holy shit. I was in and out of the stream. I didn't see everything on the Discord stream yesterday because I was in and out of doing multiple things. But yeah. So, Snowpeak is impossible to beat. Lakebed is impossible to beat. The Discord RPC is not fucked up. It's just I'm also using a program called DSX, which is taking priority in the Discord RPC. So it says that I'm playing DSX instead of the PC port. DSX is the program that's tracking my inputs in the corner. Oh. I see. My VTuber model's being fucky wucky again. I will be right back. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if what save files I have. I'm gonna try to find a save file that's not gonna soft lock it. D. Hold on. Save files. Let me try my save, not the speedrunning saves. Let me try my own personal save. Because I have my own save. Where is my save file located? Inhum, say, day. It should be this one. This is my personal save from my Dolphin emulator. Let's see how this one plays. From my last stream. Not my last. My last playthrough of Twilight Princess from 2 months ago. I got about here, and I was saving this save file for when I got to the PC port. Yeah, this is my dolphin save.
From the power. With this you would remember.
Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry if I can't read your name. Oh, Fluky. Oh, I can see it in my other chat. The pop-up on my screen is very tiny. It's hard to read the names, but it shows up in another tab I have open so I can read it. Audio's gone again. But you know what I have? I have my actual dolphin save. Warp. Castletown. We're back to having no audio, chat. The game crashed again. That is another crash. Interesting. Discord, I'm howling at the moon, sleeping in the middle of a summer afternoon. Okay. So I might need to replace the save again. Welcome back. You missed the game crashing. The game crashed while you were gone. Ew, the water is still white. I did 16 quick spins in a row. I'm so awesome. Aww! The music is gone again. That's so fucked. The Hyrule Field theme is so good in this game. That's so sad. I can't listen to it. How dare Wendy's burns your bacon? What? What the fuck? I crashed again. Sending something to Pukas. I'm going to attempt this one more time to see if it crashes. It crashed 3 separate times, but I'm gonna try one more time.
My assets. With that cake.
Okay, so why is it not crashing now? Oh, never mind, it crashed again. Yeah, something about Hyrule Town was crashing the game. Well, I can't progress with this save file. Nearly every single save file I have tested today has softlocked me somewhere. Interesting. I will try Arbiters Grounds. Let's see what let's try the Arbiters Grounds save. GC Zelda 2. Let's try Arbiters Grounds. This is the Arbiter's Grounds save file. This is one of the speedrunning save files, too. Sound is gone once again. Interesting. I don't know how a port of the HD, like a mod that makes the HD menu would work for the PC port, because that relies on 2 screens. The HD HUD kind of relies on you having 2 screens. That is true. You can use the Pro Controller version of it, which gets rid of the HUD layout, the 2 screen requirement. I have to go to the bathroom, but I don't want people to get mad that I paused the game, so I'm just gonna hold it in. I can hold it in. It's not a big deal. No, there's no diaper. This streamer is not wearing a diaper. This streamer wears many things. A diaper is not one of them. Well, the lighting of this area is completely broken. Right is correct. I have held my piss in for over 2 hours before. But that's not even the longest I've held my piss in for. I have once held in my piss for, get this, 3 whole days. I don't think it matters what I was doing right. What matters is that I held my piss in for 3 days before. I absolutely know that's not great for my bladder. And that probably screwed with my bladder a bit. I mean, hey, I've done it before. I'm not saying I would do it again. It was very painful. But there was just one time when I did not feel like going to the bathroom for 3 whole days. Right now, I've been holding it in for about 4 hours I've been holding it in. Right? And in this current moment, I've been holding my piss in for about 4 hours. What was I supposed to do here again? It's been a long time. Oh. Fuck. Fine, Chad, if you care so much about me pissing, I will go piss once I claw shot that. Once I manage to claw shot it, I will go piss. Wait. Oh, fuck. So, I just apparently... Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry for the wait. I went to pee, and then I ate a taco. So this is another soft lock. Because this thing just doesn't work. You can't grab onto it. And I can't roll onto that to grab onto that. Nope. Doesn't let... And the game crashed again. Sound is gone again. Oh god, I have to watch this entire cutscene all over again. And kill this ghost. Um, okay, so I can't do nothing here. So the chains aren't being rendered. That's something to note. Another invisible wall. Collisions are broken here. Just messaging the devs on some Discord or something. Well, leaving rooms didn't fix this. Let me try going back over here. Nope. What did you know? What is it, right? I don't know what to do. I'll be honest. And 10th crash. I see MDRA 5000 is still in the chat. I don't suppose they have any, like, speedrun glitches that could maybe help me fly or clip through a wall or something to get past this softlock. I haven't tried Poe 1 skip. Let me see if I can try that. I don't know if I will be able to pull it off, but let me see. The game froze again. It's frozen now. You know what? Fuck it. Time for a really good save. Let's see if I can get softlocked with this save. Unfortunately, right, they said for you to be a developer, you have to have access to a ROM that is legally acquired and dumped. And when I asked you before, you said that you did not have a ROM. And I don't even know if you have the tools or even the actual game to dump. But if you can get your hands on the game and dump it legally, and not pirate it, then maybe you could join the dev team, because I know you're pretty smart with development. I make no promises. But it has to be a legally acquired dump. But what? If the connections involve piracy, then, well, first of all, you're not going to be able to join the dev team. Second of all, that is not condoned, because it puts the PC port in a lot of issues. But if you mean connections, like, you have someone who can, like, give you the game, like, the disc. Oh, okay. That's what you meant. Yeah. Don't have someone give you the ROM. Have someone give you the disc, and then dump the disc yourself. That goes for anyone here who wants to be a developer, or to just even play this when it comes out. Don't pirate the game. It causes issues with the people working on the PC port with Nintendo. It's also illegal, and it's not condoned at all. You will not receive support. You'll most likely not receive support at all regarding anything with the PC port if you're found pirating the game. And you'll probably be banned from the server. Because it's illegal. And it causes a lot of issues with Nintendo. And I can't even load this goddamn save. Okay. So the Hyrule Castle save just can't load at all. There's like a ladybug on my computer monitor. What the fuck? That is good, Wraith. Wii's are cool. Wii's are also good for dumping. So I just cannot load this Hyrule Castle save without the game crashing. Okay. You just need the GameCube copy of the game, but you can dump it with a Wii. Yes. LMAO. Hey, Rife, I know a guy who is selling the GameCube disc in mint condition, but it's 200 Canadian. That's 143 US dollars. But it's only the disc. It's not like the case or anything. But it's in mint condition. No scratches, nothing. Just remember, Rife, you need the GameCube disc, not the Wii disc. I don't remember if there's a specific region version you need. I have the US version, the North American version. I don't remember off the top of my head if you need the US version or if any version works. But I would make sure you buy a North American copy just in case, because that's what I used. Yeah, but the Wii disc isn't gonna work. You need a GameCube disc. At least I am very confident you need a GameCube disc. I can't answer questions like this because I am not a developer. I can't answer questions like this because I'm not a developer. You have to ask Oga the Real, or Bean, or Pukas, or just anyone, like any of the people in the staff in the Discord that I linked. I can't answer those questions because I don't want to answer and then say something wrong because I'm not a developer. I don't want to answer on behalf of the staff because I didn't work on the project, so I don't want to give a wrong answer or say anything that might be wrong. I will be right back. Um, okay. I'm trying to think what I could do now. I can't believe I have a save file that just instantly crashes the game. Um, I'm trying to think what I could do. Yeah, the model's being weird. Shit, I'm trying to think of what I should do. Let's see. I'm trying to think. What should I do now? Oh, what the fuck? There's like a ladybug crawling up my leg. That's creepy. Well, I have tested the vast majority of my saves and found a soft lock in nearly every single one. Oh shit, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. We have been showing off the PC port the whole day. I have been on a black screen for about 30 minutes, though, thinking what to do. Because every single save that I have used, I have soft locked at some point. So yes, it's still, like, in development. Like, there's gonna be soft locks and bugs. But I'm trying to see, like, what save have I not tried yet? I don't think I've tried the Temple of Time save yet. The Hyrule Castle save just immediately crashes the game. Let me try this speed running, because this is the speed running save for the Temple of Time. I want to see what's gonna happen here. And yes, just so people know this is actually the PC port for the raiders coming in, I will try Forest Temple after this. Just so people know this is the PC port and not, like, an emulator, there's this. This menu does not appear on an emulator, so this should confirm it's the PC port. Let me try this Temple of Time speedrun save. See if it crashes like some of the others. So far, nearly every dungeon I've tested has had a soft lock somewhere in it. That is a bug right here. The camera freaks the hell out when I walk over here. Where is it specifically? Like right here? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, is NASA fucking streaming on Twitch? No fucking way NASA has a Twitch account. What the fuck are they even streaming? So one issue in the current build of the PC port is audio. There's a lot of audio issues, which the game is not muted right now. You'll have audio sometimes, and then for a large part of playing the game, you will not have any audio at all. Are they launching, like, a new, rocket? Because that's pretty cool. There's a ladybug crawling around my computer. I hope to God it doesn't go inside my computer. I don't like ladybugs. Actually, I don't even think it's a ladybug. I live in a part of Canada that has a lot of those bugs that kind of look like ladybugs but aren't ladybugs and smell really bad. I forget what they're called. In Canada, we have, like, these bugs that, like, look like ladybugs but aren't ladybugs, but they smell really, really bad. I don't think they're stink bugs. They're something else. Because when you look up a picture of a stink bug, these aren't stink bugs. They're like... They're like those... They look like ladybugs, but they're like yellow instead of red. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, it's those things. They smell awful when you crush them. I hate those things. You multicolored Asian lady beetle. Yeah, those things. I hate those things. I have to deal with them so much where I live. Because they've like, they're an invasive species, but they've come to Canada, and they're all over Canada. They're a really big problem in Canada, and I really friggin' hate them. To anyone who was waiting for like an hour for me to try a new save file, I apologize. I was doing a few things in the background. I was reporting bugs to some of the developers, as well as crashes, glitches, and some other stuff. I was reporting all the stuff that I experienced within the first 5 hours of streaming, which is why the screen was black for about a half an hour. In addition to that, I had to find the new save to test because all the others kept soft-locking or crashing. And I was also going to some streamers that were playing Twilight Princess to try to promote the PC port. So people who like randomizers or like speedrunners and stuff would know that we're getting like a 60 FPS widescreen, fully native PC port. Because I feel like a lot of people would really appreciate knowing that. How do I do this again? Hold on. Right. I shouldn't have destroyed these. I needed these. I think. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. This is what happens when I don't play Twilight Princess in such a long time. Wait, no, maybe I was doing the right thing. This just isn't working now. Okay. I hope that's not another Softlock. Because that would be like my 7th Softlock today. I love Softlocks. I love Softlocks so much. They're my favorite thing ever. No, there's not. Unfortunately. You know what's funny? You know what's funny? I am streaming this in 1440p. I am one of the Twitch streamers that has access to 1440p streaming. I don't know how many people here are able to notice that, because I don't know if everyone here has a monitor capable of displaying it. But yes, I am streaming this in 2K. 2K resolution. Oh, and I'm surprised none of the people who rated me commented on the fact. I'm surprised none of the people who rated me commented on the fact that I literally have a PlayStation UI and 4K textures. Because the PC port supports texture packs. And I'm using the Henrico Magnifico one. So I have access to 4K Twilight Princess on the PC port. And because it supports texture packs, I got PlayStation UI. Because I'm playing with a PlayStation controller. I would hydrate, but I finished drinking all of my energy drink. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. Okay, I fixed the soft lock. I fixed it. Relaunching the game fixed it. Now let's see if this works. Oh, fuck. I forgot those things explode. Bryce, just so you know, I found another crash! Wow, okay. Rife, just so you know, just because you get access to a ROM legally, like you said you would, doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to accept you as a dev tester. Or a developer, sorry. Not a dev tester. The game's frozen. And it crashed. Time to launch the game again. I can't believe I've been streaming the PC port for like 5.5 hours. I'll probably go for another few hours before I go to bed. This is already the longest video of the PC port on the entire internet. I have probably showed off more in this one video than, like, everyone else, which is crazy. They did say I could pretty much show off, like, anything. Like, I'm one of, like, the official content creators for this. I have the official content creator role. So I essentially just get to, like, record videos of this. I have certain rules I have to follow, but I can pretty much just, like, show anything from the PC port, like, that's already made. Which is cool. Like, unlike a lot of the previous videos that were from older versions, like with Bean and Linith, where there was a lot of stuff they couldn't show off, I've been given permission to pretty much show off, like, everything. As long as they follow certain rules. But every content creator has to follow all these rules. Like, yeah, I can pretty much show everything. At least in the build that I have, which is the content creator build. I don't know how much different the content creator is. Because there's the content creator build and the tester build. And I think there also might be a development build that's separate from the ones testers have. I'm not entirely sure about that. I have the content creator build. I don't know I know the difference between the content creator build and the tester build is that the content creator build doesn't have crash debugging. They don't analyze your crash reports or anything, so you can showcase it off on stream better or on videos and stuff. But I don't know if there's any differences besides that. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll have access to the tester build and I can compare the tester build to the content creator build. But as far as I know, they're pretty much just the same, with the only difference being the content creator build doesn't have crash debugging. So it doesn't, like, send, like, debug logs for crash analyzing. Stuff like that. But I might as well be a tester at this point, because I've literally reported, like, 20 plus bugs in the past 5 hours. While streaming at the same time. Because I'm based. I'm cool. So, note to self, don't shoot that bat with an arrow, because for whatever reason it crashes the game. It's not a bat, it's a keys, whatever. I don't need to be accurate. I know I'm going to offend all the Zelda lore purists who want me to say keys But it's just, I don't care. It's a bat. Do I look like someone who cares if it's called a keys or a bat? Wonderful! Another invisible wall. Time to report this. So, I'm soft-locked in this area like many others. There's an invisible wall right here. You could actually see the invisible wall, kind of, with the shadows. Because, like, the shadow reflects onto the invisible wall. You can kind of see it. You see? Interesting. Wait, this was Alphos. And the game crashed. Again. And what dungeon have I not tested yet? I've tested Arbiters Grounds. And now my Discord is like frozen. What the hell? What have it not reported? I thought it was so funny when Linif played the Amazing Digital Circus music on his YouTube video. That was funny. My Discord is acting up. I don't know what's wrong with my Discord. What should I do now? Everyone's really quiet now. What happened? Is it because of the black screen? Why is my Discord freaking the fuck out? What is going on with my Discord? Is Discord, like, down or something right now? What the hell is going on with Discord right now? I don't know what's wrong with it on my end. It might just be on my computer. Let's see, what dungeons have I yet to test? I've done Arbiters Grounds, I've done Hyrule Castle, I've done Lakebed, I've done Snowpeak, Temple of Time. Um... Let's try City in the Sky. Is City in the Sky gonna have issues? And Link ascends down. And the audio is gone again. Wow, I'm fucking dumb. My toe hurts, and I do not know why my toe hurts. My toe feels like very, very stiff. Why does my toe feel so stiff? It hurts, and I don't know why. The game froze again. So, I have tested... I only have 3 dungeons left to test. Forest Temple, Goron Mines, and Palace of Twilight. Let's go with the Forest Temple next. Because at least then I can see if they fix the monkey. Let's test the Forest Temple, see if they fix the monkey, like they said. They said they fixed the monkey.
From what? The pub unit.
I literally don't even have the slingshot. What the hell? Man, speedrunners are fucking crazy. I'm doing the slingshot dungeon without the slingshot. What the hell? Audio's gone again. Is the monkey truly fixed? You saw it right there. Monkey is fixed. And then I crashed. Okay, sorry for the long wait. I am going to test 3 more dungeons. The last dungeons I haven't tested. And then I'm gonna go to bed. So Palace of Twilight, I'll do next. This is one of the last dungeons I have not tested yet. This is gonna be a pain to do with the broken, you know, the bloom effect, because the bloom effect is very broken. This dungeon is gonna be really annoying without sound, I can tell you right now. Bug? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Let me try something real quick. Let me see. Is it still gonna have an issue with this? No, that didn't fix it. I have no clue then. Did I at least get the key? The game crashed. Okay. and last dungeon I have to test. After that, I've tested every dungeon. Let's see what happens in Goron Mine. Ow. Well, this is actually a nightmare because I can't even hear the sound effects. So I don't know how much time I actually have with these buttons. Nope. Okay. So this dungeon is unbeatable too. Let me try a non-speedrun save and see if I still have the same issue. Wait, no, did it not save? Oh, I forgot to delete the other one. Hold on.
wood. Tree ain't that. Maybe cooking. From the wood should my bone cooking I guess.
Let's try this again, shall we? Let me try a 100% save. Let's try Forest Temple again, but this time on a non-speedrunning save. Let's see if I crash. Am I going to experience the same crash I had last time? So I have now tested every dungeon in the game, except for the Cave of Ordeals. I'm gonna test the Cave of Ordeals, then I'm gonna go to bed.
in secret.
I have probably tested more of this build in the past 7 hours than every other tester in this entire day combined. I am just that dedicated. The things you can do when you're a streamer and you have no job. The things you can do as a streamer when you have no job, no obligations, fucking nothing to do. You can just do whatever the fuck you want. I have so much goddamn free time. I mean, of course, I still have responsibilities as an adult. Don't, you're gonna jinx it. You jinxed it. Right? Why'd you have to jinx it? No, the music is gone too. No, the music is gone. What do you mean? No, we don't. Not on my end. Stop jinxing everything, right? The Cave of Ordeals doesn't seem to be having any issues. We have music again. I mean, I used to do a lot more than that, but I can't do that on this stream. You know what would be cool? If someone made a mod that added a more powerful sword than the Master Sword. You know like how Ocarina has the big Goron sword? What if you could have the Fierce Deity sword, the Double Helix Blade, in Twilight Princess? God, that would be so peak. I need this. Yo, hold on. Isn't this one of the rare areas of the game where you can get where you can get one of those like legendary rare ass one of these things? Like the one that was left in the game's code? Yeah, these guys become unkillable. This is a well-known glitch. I don't know what else to do. I feel like I've done everything I can do today. I attempted every single dungeon. I could record going to Hyrule Field, but I don't have a save for it. Damn, I got sprayed. I'm so tired. I'm in eternal hell. I can't even escape here. All of a sudden, bombs don't work. What the fuck? Oh god, it zoomed in on Link's ass. He keeps zooming in on Link's ass. Oh, it's echoing again. I suppose I'll just walk around Hyrule Field for a while. Crashed. Is this? Oh wait, I forgot to turn off my I forgot to turn off my stream so everyone can hear you all. I forgot to turn this off. My question is are you playing the PC port or is this a Dolphin? Oh. Well, everyone can see all of you. Yeah. Oh yeah, they can't hear you because I turned off reactive voice. Yeah, that's because I turned off reactive voice earlier. People can't hear you because I turned my Discord reactive voice off, but you can still see the reactive icons. My toe hurts and I don't know why. Yeah, my toe. I am a certified Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link hater. It's the black sheep of the Zelda franchise. So, I know a lot about Zelda lore, like the history of Zelda and stuff. I I could mention something that so there was supposed to be a Zelda game, I believe either before or after Zelda 2. I don't remember which one it was. That was supposed to use the same chip that the Star Fox game used that allowed for 3D with polygons. Yeah, there was supposed to be a Zelda game. I forgot what it was called Zelda, I think Zelda SFX or Zelda FX or something like that. It was supposed, I don't remember if it was before or after Zelda 2 it was supposed to come out. But I know, like, the existence of Zelda 2 was one of the big reasons that, as well as, like, the lifespan of, like, the system was, like, they never released the game, because by the time the game should have, like, come out, 3D graphics were already so good on, like, the PS1 that releasing a game like that would have made Nintendo look really far behind. I don't think it got shelved in the Ocarina, because from what I heard about that Polygon Zelda game, it was supposed to be a lot more like The Adventure of Link, from what I heard, but like 3D. There's a lot of Zelda games that got scrapped, as well as some that, like, never released to the United States or North America in general. Like, I'm sure a lot of people have heard of, like, the Tingle games. Like, Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land and all that shit. I don't think anyone actually cares about those, except because they've never been translated to English. There might be a fan translation patch out there. One of the Zelda games that I'm most disappointed we never got, and I know this is going to start a heated debate. Nope, it's not Twilight Princess 2. No. Zelda. Okay, so here's an interesting story for you. Nintendo was actually way ahead of its time, and a lot of people don't realize this. When Ocarina of Time came out, they planned for DLC of Ocarina of Time. This was before the internet and stuff. So, like, this would have been, like, the first video game DLC ever. And essentially, when Ocarina of Time came out, they had 2 DLC planned for the game. There was then you were supposed to attach the 64DD disk drive, which was a failure. It was a failure. It never really sold outside of Japan, and it was a really horrible. It sold horribly, so it never really caught on. But it was supposed to be an expansion pack for the Nintendo 64 that added like way more memory, RAM, the ability to read discs instead of cartridges, which allowed for way more storage and bigger game files and stuff. So they could expand, like, the open world and stuff. And using this, there was supposed to be 2 DLC for Zelda. There was, for Ocarina of Time, specifically. There was supposed to be one called Zelda, and one called Zelda Gaiden. Zelda Gaiden would eventually be turned into Ocarina of Time. It would eventually be turned into Majora's Mask, which became its own game entirely, because of the failure of the 64DD. A lot of the ideas that were supposed to be in that DLC, like the masks, the transformation masks, and like the time cycles, all that got taken from from Gaiden and put in Majora's Mask. And the other DLC they were gonna make was called Zelda. And there's a lot of misinformation about what Zelda was going to be. A lot of people think it's the Master Quest, like what we got on the GameCube, which Nintendo themselves have said that Zelda, that Master Quest is Zelda. However, this has been debunked so many times that it's been debunked, because Master Quest and Ocarina of Time are the exact same file size, and like their ROMs are the same file size. If Master Quest was truly Zelda, it would not be the same file size, because it was supposed to take advantage of the 64DD, which would have meant it would have had a bigger file size, bigger than the 32 megabyte size, or however much it was, that the original, like, wanted. The N64 originally allowed, because it was supposed to be like 2 or 3 times the size. Yes. No, it's not the Zelda 64 beta. That's a different thing. That's the Space World that's the Space World 97 that you're thinking of. You're thinking of Space World 97, which is a beta. Zelda is not the same thing as the beta. Zelda was a DLC for the finished game that got cut. From what we know about Zelda that was confirmed, it was supposed to add a new game plus to Ocarina of Time. Similar to like how the original game had a new game plus, like the Zelda 1, where there was like, if you don't know, the original Zelda had a new game plus. Yeah, the original Zelda had a new game plus mode, where after you beat it. So we know Zelda was supposed to activate once you beat the game and started as a new game plus. And some of the confirmed things that it was going to do, it was confirmed that it would revamp every dungeon in the game, which Master Quest did do, which is something Nintendo uses to say that, oh, that Ocarina of Time Master Quest is the same thing as Zelda. However, this is not the case, because Master Quest just mirrors the dungeons. And maybe changes up some of the... But Zelda didn't just mirror the dungeons, it also changed the puzzles, enemy placements, added new enemies, new mechanics. It made the game very hard. And we know for a fact that Master Quest is not Zelda, because there was a Giga leak a few years back where a lot of old Nintendo stuff got leaked. And people actually found Zelda files that were made for the 64DD, specifically of the Zelda dungeons, and they're entirely different than Master Quest. In fact, people have made ROM hacks that port these dungeons, that replace the main game's dungeons with these Zelda Giga Leak dungeons, and I have actually played with this as a ROM hack. And these dungeons are really significantly more difficult than just mirroring them. The puzzles are way fucking harder. Like, even for a game like Ocarina of Time, which is like 20 years old, even I struggled with some of the Quest puzzles. The Zelda puzzles. Like, those are really fucking difficult, New Game Plus. I don't know. Zelda... So Zelda was also supposed to add new dungeons to the game, supposedly. New mechanics. We don't know if there was, like, new items or anything. There's a lot of misinformation about what exactly was going to be in it. And I'm still technically live, and I don't want to say anything that's technically incorrect about it and spread misinformation. But, from what I do know, supposedly it was supposed to had more content. Some people say it was supposed to make the overworld a bit bigger, so you could explore more. Some people say there was new items, new locations. The only thing that was ever really confirmed, from what I know, is that the dungeons were, like, really, had harder puzzles, and were, like, the dungeons were way more fucking difficult. And there was also gonna be new enemies and stuff. Like, new monsters and stuff you could fight. I don't necessarily know if there was new items or anything. I personally believe a lot of the cut content would have been part of Zelda if it ever released. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. Because Ocarina of Time had a fucking shit ton of cut content. So, no, that was what Zelda Gaiden was supposed to be. Remember? Yeah, there was 2 DLC planned. Zelda Gaiden eventually became Majora's Mask. Zelda eventually became Master Quest. But they pretty much cut everything out of Zelda, except for the mirror dungeons, and they didn't even, like, use the difficult puzzles or anything, for whatever reason. A lot of people are really sour about Nintendo cutting a lot of the content from Zelda. We don't know why they did it, but they consistently try to cover it up, even though it's been proven they were lying about it. And they tell everyone all the time that Master Quest was Zelda, even though this has been deconfirmed and debunked multiple times. Yeah, they want people to have Joy-Con drift because it gets them money. But that's like every controller company ever. Don't even use Hall Effect. Hall Effect's not even the best you can get anymore. TMR. Yeah, TMR is better than Hall Effect now. I collect a lot of premium controllers. I have the DualSense Edge here, which is the premium PlayStation controller. I also have an Elite Series 2 Xbox controller, a Switch 1 Pro controller, which I plan to upgrade to a Switch 2 Pro controller. I just bought a GameCube Ultimate 2, which is supposed to be a premium version of the GameCube controller, with modern features and enhancements. Yeah, it has gyro and stuff in it. But yeah, going back to the topic of Zelda. Actually, when I was saying about the cut content of Ocarina of Time, there is so much cut content from Ocarina of Time. There's a lot of cut areas. The entirety of the light dungeon was cut. Originally, you weren't just supposed to get a light medallion when you turn into Adult Link. You were supposed to have a light dungeon. Originally, all the medallions were able to be used as items, and they would be spells. This eventually got replaced by Din's Fire and the other two. But originally, all of the medallions were supposed to be usable as for spells. And you could also combine them with your arrows to get special arrows. There wasn't just the light arrows, the fire arrows, and the ice arrows. There was originally plans for things like shadow arrows as well, and other things, which are still in the game files. You can hack the game to use them. You should see the original beta Lost Woods for Twilight Princess. Yeah, the Lost Woods was originally supposed to be like a massive, almost open world-like area. A huge-ass area. Well, personally, I think it depends on how the the PC Port team, the Courage Reborn team, implements modding. Because just because there's mod support, which I know the Courage Reborn is going to have, doesn't necessarily mean you can mod anything into the game without creating a fork. There's, like, if you look at Ship of Harkinian, for example, the Ocarina of Time PC port, there is certain things you can't do with mods unless you fork the entirety of Ship of Harkinian and change the code to allow for new content. For example, with Ship of Harkinian, you can't have entire ROM hacks as mods. None of the mods can change or add new areas using Ship of Harkinian. They can't add new items or new weapons or anything like that, new mechanics. For you to be able to do that kind of stuff, you have to create a fork of Ship of Harkinian and add a lot of code into the base game's decompiled code. And I don't know the extent of what Courage Reborn's mod support is going to be like. I'm not a developer. I am just one of the people with content creation for it and testing it. But I don't have access to the information of like what kind of mod support they'll have. I know they can support text. I know they have like texture support right now. Yeah, I was using Henrico's pack. But yeah, I know with a lot of PC ports, to add entirely new content into the game that isn't just textures or music or replacing existing files, you have to, a lot of the times, fork the PC ports and edit, like, a lot of the code yourself, not just, like, put input code. I know... One Zelda PC port that I know does support ROM hacks and, like, editing the world and stuff like that is the Zelda 64 decompilation project, which currently only supports Majora's Mask, but I know that one's modding support is so advanced, you can entirely change the entirety of Majora's Mask using their mod system. And they said they're working on something like that for Ocarina of Time, which will have some pros over Shape of Arcanian, like having way better mod support, but it's not going to have as many enhancements or quality of life features as Shape of Arcanian. At least I don't think. My testing with the Majora's Mask one, it was missing a lot of the There was missing a lot of quality of life that Ship 2 Harkinian had, which is the Majora's Mask port made by the Ship of Harkinian team. The Zelda 64 decomp was missing a lot of that quality of life, but it also has the pros of just having way, way, way better mod support. Like, if you can combine Ship of Harkinian's, like, quality of life features and the ease of, like, changing enhancements and cheats and stuff with the mod support of the Zelda 64 decomp, you would have, like, the best PC port for the Zelda 64 games. Like, hands down. Maybe. I know, like, the Zelda 64 decomp has such good mods. Like, there's one mod that overhauls the world map. So, like, the entire world map is now 3D when you open your menu. It's not just a 2D picture. It's, like, a 3D map with like, 8K resolution. You can zoom in on everything, and it shows your position on the entire world map. Not just the local map, the world map in real time. And it updates the world map. Like, if you destroy a boulder, the boulder disappears from the world map. It's, like, super advanced. Yeah. I would love to see a lot of, like, Ship of Arcanian quality of life stuff with, like, Zelda 64 decomp, like, level mod support for this, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. We'll see. I haven't played a lot of Zelda PC ports. I have played, Ship of Arcanian. I have played the Ship of Arcanian PC port for Ocarina of Time, and I have played Ship 2 Harkinian for Majora's Mask, and I have played Zelda 64 decomp for Majora's Mask, and I've also played the PC port of A Link to the Past, but that one honestly does not feel like a PC port. No, it's a PC port. There's a PC port of A Link to the Past, but it doesn't feel as, like, smooth or as advanced as, like, the PC ports of the 3D games. And I guess that's because it's a 2D game. You don't notice a lot of the enhancements. Like, obviously, upping the resolution does fuck all on a 2D game. I don't even think it even matters, because, like, it's a 2D game, so everything is sprites, so there's, like, frames don't even matter. Yeah, I know the Link to the Past PC port added a bunch of quality of life features. Like, for example, I think with that PC port there was an option you could enable that allowed it so that you could, like, destroy pots with, like, your sword instead of having to pick them up and throw them. Because in a lot of the early 2D Zelda games, you couldn't destroy pots with your sword. Yeah, I know the PC port let you do that, among other things. The PC port said, for A Link to the Past, that it made load times so small you wouldn't even notice them. But I still noticed load times with it. It didn't feel like instant. It was like very minimal load times. It was like nearly instant, but it didn't feel like as instant as they said it would. They said you practically would not like even notice the load screen, but I kind of did. So, some things to note. Excuse me. Some things to note, like with Zelda, there is, like, so much stuff I wish could have been in Ocarina of Time. That might have been a part of Zelda, we'll never know. Like, I would have loved to use the medallions as both spells, but also, like, magical arrows. Like, the shadow arrows is, like, a really cool concept. And and Nintendo, I don't remember, like, a lot of this stuff these spells would do was confirmed. Like, I believe the Spirit Medallion was supposed to let you take control of Navi. Similar to how... And they took the idea for this and put it in Wind Waker, when you control the little birds when you put the pear on your head. The Spirit Medallion was... When you use the Spirit Medallion, it was supposed to let you take control of Navi. I believe the Shadow Medallion was supposed to like, turn Link invisible and allow you to be stealthy and while using magic. But, I don't really see much use for that one because it's not a stealth game. And the only places I could really see that working in is like the Gerudo area and like when you're sneaking into Hyrule Castle. But by the time you get the Shadow Medallion or the Shadow Arrows, like, you would be long past both parts of those games. Like, both parts of that. And maybe you could depending on the order of the dungeon, because you could do like you could do Shadow before Spirit. Do you know the most famous piece of cut content in Ocarina of Time history? The Triforce. At one point during development, you were able to get the entire Triforce as a usable item. Not one piece. Not like one piece of it, like courage, power, or wisdom. Not a piece, like a small fragment of it, like in Wind Waker. The actual full 3 triangle Triforce. Power, wisdom, and courage. They don't even mention the Triforce at all in that game. There's some Zelda lore I bet a lot of you didn't know. For one, there's more than one Master Sword. Yep, this has been confirmed. The Master Sword is not the same in every Zelda game. In fact, Nintendo has confirmed a long time ago that while there is a true Master Sword, which is the one that Link made in Skyward Sword, the one with all the power from the goddesses and all that, that is the one true Master Sword. No, because you're wrong, actually, because the one in Wind Waker is not the same Master Sword. No, it's literally not the same Master Sword. The Master Sword in Wind Waker is not the same one from the other games. The Master Sword in Wind Waker was confirmed to be a replica. That's why Link has to repower it and everything and get all the sages in Wind Waker. Courage. Here's another thing. Here's something that a lot of people don't know. It's also confirmed that every single Link in the entirety of the Legend of Zelda franchise is a reincarnation of the ancient hero from Skyward Sword to protect Hylia, except for Wind Waker Link. Yeah, Wind Waker Link is not a reincarnation of the chosen hero. He was not chosen by the goddesses to wield the Triforce of Courage. He was not even chosen to be the hero of Hyrule. He became the hero of Hyrule through his own effort. He was not a chosen one. He was not a reincarnation. He had no help from any of the goddesses or reincarnation or none of that. He was literally a normal kid. But yeah, going back to the multiple Master Sword thing, so there's multiple videos that talk about this. Basically, Zelda confirmed something, and it's hard to explain. I don't know if I'm saying this correct, because it's hard to remember all the lore I've learned over 2 decades. But essentially, every Master Sword starts off as a white sword. The white sword, like from Zelda 1, if you remember, I forget if it was the magic sword or the white sword. Which one was it in the Zelda 1? What was the last one you got in the Zelda? The Legend of Zelda. Let me look up on the wiki. Yeah, you start. So every Zelda sword every sword in Zelda has different levels to it. When a sword becomes a white sword, it can be upgraded to a magical sword. Like how Link gets the magic sword in The Legend of Zelda after the white sword. Every Master Sword in Zelda starts out as a white sword, is upgraded with magic to a magical sword, and then gets further upgraded by being imbued with either the power of sages, the power of the goddesses, or some kind of divine power. And it has to be blessed and given power from either sages or the goddesses. And this basically reforges it into a Master Sword. And then the true Master Sword is when it has all the power of like the goddesses or the sages. Not just some of it. There's a YouTube video you can watch that explains how many Master Swords there is in Zelda. I don't remember the name of it, but from what I understand, and as long as the sword is imbued with divine power, it's considered a Master Sword. And there's multiple Master Swords throughout the series, but there's only one true Master Sword. And the true Master Sword is the one that Link uses in Ocarina of Time, the one from Skyward Sword, and a few of the other games, but not from the adult timeline. So none of the ones after Hyrule gets flooded is the true Master Sword. Yes, it is very heavily theorized and very likely that the one in Tears and Breath is the original one because it has Fi in it. But then again, I don't know how that Master Sword is so weak in Tears, because the Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild Master Sword are so weak compared to the rest of the series. No, it's actually not. The strongest, the most powerful version of Ganon. Yes, A Link to the Past Ganondorf is the most powerful version of Ganon. This is confirmed in multiple guidebooks, as well as in the game itself. Because A Link to the version of the Ganon in A Link to the Past has the full Triforce, power, wisdom, and courage. In addition, he also killed Link from Ocarina of Time and ruled over Hyrule for hundreds and hundreds of years. He... Yeah. So, yeah. Another thing of note for lore is, like, there is so much lore. Like, because we're doing the Twilight Princess PC port, I can talk about a piece of Twilight Princess lore. It is theorized that, Death Sword, the mini-boss from Arbiters Grounds, is actually Ganondorf's sword before he was sealed away. There's so much evidence that it was Ganon's sword, because this is the exact same area where Ganon was sealed into the Twilight Realm. What other Zelda lore did I not mention? I know for a fact that, there is, like, some crazy amount of lore. Like, did you know I forget which sword it was from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but one of the, I think it was the, what was it? The Royal Sword? The Royal... Yes, they're replicas of the Master Sword. They were trying to use Sheikah technology to replicate the Master Sword. There's a lot of Zelda lore that is really interesting that I didn't even mention. Like, hold on. There's so much stuff. My brother has a copy of Hyrule Historia somewhere, but that's... Yeah. I'm not gonna bother him to get it, because he's probably asleep. But, like... Hold on. Let me see if I can pull up some of these old videos I was talking about. I should mention that we do not know the timeline that Breath and Tears take place in. Any mention of trying to confirm where they are. I don't like a lot of the like retcons that they made, supposedly, like how Rauru was the first king of Hyrule and stuff. It like, there's a theory that it wasn't actually retconned and that, like, somewhere down the line Hyrule, like, got destroyed And they they restarted and made a new first Hyrule because it was so far in the future they forgot the history of the original Hyrule. Which could make sense considering how far in the future it is. There's only one thing that was ever confirmed about Breath and Tears in the placement in the timeline. If I'm not wrong, I believe Nintendo said in an interview they want people to figure it out, and they're not going to explicitly tell people, but they said they would give a hint. And I believe the hint they said is that it takes place after Ocarina of Time, which means it can't be in the unified timeline. It can't be in the original timeline. I have a theory, but I think it's... I have a theory regarding the, I have a theory regarding why it has stuff from all 3 games. So if you've ever played Hyrule Warriors, in Hyrule Warriors... Nintendo says Hyrule Warriors isn't canon, but I think that's a very stupid decision. Because in Hyrule Warriors, during the events of Hyrule Warriors, one of the villains basically merges all 3 timelines into one, creating a merged timeline, a converged timeline. And I do believe that Breath and Tears should take place in a converged timeline, based on all evidence. And if that is true, then we need something to cause a convergence. And I believe the only proper thing we could do is canonize Hyrule Warriors. I personally don't want to buy a Switch 2 until, well, I don't think we'll ever be able to dump Switch 2 games or, like, mod the Switch 2 or anything like that. Because the Switch 2's motherboard is always sending data to a server, and if you even try to mod it or dump any game on it, it bricks your system. It's really dumb, but I believe Nintendo... Like, I don't condone piracy, obviously. If I did, I wouldn't be working on I wouldn't be working with, like, the team for this, because they don't like pirates. And I've dumped, like, all my games throughout the years. But one thing I will say is that Nintendo doesn't understand the meaning of what piracy is. Nintendo thinks emulation is piracy. And while it's true that a lot of emulation is technically people pirating stuff, that doesn't mean emulation is piracy. Nintendo is constantly fighting with people using emulators. They're against the idea of game preservation because they think game preservation leads to piracy. And I guess to some extent you could argue it does, but by not allowing people to dump the games at all, they're killing a lot of, like, people's ability to preserve their games into the future for emulators. And I don't think Nintendo understands, like... I get that they're trying to do this to stop piracy, but I think, in my personal opinion, it causes more problems than it solves. If Nintendo hates... You know what's ironic? Nintendo hates emulators, yet hosts their own emulator service, and their emulator service is garbage. I know Nintendo doesn't care, but one thing that it would make their emulators actually usable is if they, like, actually allowed people to, like, use mods or enhancements, like quality of life things, hacks, cheat codes. I think if Nintendo, like, stopped being stubborn... I don't want to get sued for saying this because I'm still live, but in my personal opinion, I think Nintendo has a problem. I don't think Nintendo understands game preservation. Game preservation does not mean piracy, and you can't punish every single person preserving games just because you have awful security and somebody leaked Tears in Breath of the Wild to the public early, allowing people to play them and pirate them early. That's your own fault, Nintendo, for having bad, like, security and, like, not having, like, a tighter hold on, like, your inner circle. And even now, like, their security and their leaks are so bad. Nintendo shit is getting leaked all the time. Like, we know they're working on an Ocarina of Time remake. We know they're working on a new Star Fox game. We know so much stuff, and it's because Nintendo just can't keep a grip on their employees, and they just have a really bad servers. They're constantly having their stuff leaked or hacked into. They need to tighten their security, and I don't want them to sue me for saying this kind of stuff, but like, that's the entire reason that Nintendo is against, like, game preservation now, because that's why they were suing emulators left and right. And it's not even the emulator's fault. It's like the people who leaked it. The emulators didn't necessarily, like, endorse the piracy at all. Yeah, it's sad. It's real. It is sad what happened to Yuzu and Ryujinx. They were, I believe. Something. We do have new Switch emulators now, but I guarantee they'll be shut down eventually. Yeah, they're gonna be shut down eventually, probably. And another thing, Citra, I believe, also got shut down, the 3DS emulator. There's a new 3DS emulator that I use. It's a really, really good one. I don't know how many people know about it. Where is it? I have it on here somewhere. It is called... It is called Azahar. Azahar. It is a really good 3DS emulator. It's really accurate, way better performance than Citra, and way more advanced. And it can do a lot of stuff. Hi Alice. I am still streaming. I am just talking to some people on Discord. I'm aware you guys can't hear them. Wait. Oh, no, it's the same Alice. Yes it is, because you have the same username. And your Twitch is literally linked in your profile, and I can see what your Twitch username is. It's the same Twitch. Do you guys want me to actually enable the voice so people can hear you? As long as you guys don't say like nothing that's gonna get me banned or something super inappropriate, then sure. So people should be able to hear you now.
Yay, is that true? Oh my god, yeah, I can hear myself. I'm turning that off immediately. I don't want to hear myself. What server? What does that mean?
But I have no idea what they're talking about. But
I don't know, Alice.
Yeah. So like some Zelda stuff.
No, I mean the things that you sent. Whoops, that's what I meant. Those images, like the Wind Waker, Melee, and Mario Galaxy stuff. That's what I meant. Oh, speaking of, I should dump my Galaxy copy. I want to play that again. Oh my goodness. Sorry.
Some
Kira, I kinda
Zelda
interrupted
stuff
you,
that I
but-
could mention is like oh god, my throat feels like very.
You know, I get
Right.
that when I speak a lot. Oh my goodness, it starts hurting. Let me drink some water quickly. Just let me finish my milk. Oh my goodness. Decomping Brawl? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm really like excited about like these theories of the multiple monster sword thing because like I did not know about that. And speaking of, this video was made 2 years ago, so it kind of makes sense because like I've been tapped out for maybe 3 years. I don't know. When did Tears come out again? I completely forgot. It's written. That's when I stopped like keeping up with the Zelda lore and like a lot of the other lore as well, like Doom and stuff. That's the other one that I kept up with. Actually, I stopped keeping up with that around Eternal, so I'm actually super outdated in terms of that.
I actually posted
they're
a bunch of
interesting.
Doom lore in the disc in the.
I know. I was reading all of it. I want you to know I was reading all of that. That was beautiful. Ocarina. This is beautiful. There's your role name. I noticed all those ages ago when you guys got their roles first. I thought we knew this. What bang? I have numbers now. I love this game's UI. It's like so cool that it just opens up like a box.
It's great.
Also, I just like saw them when they were being made. Or like I noticed you guys had colors and I called it out. And I was like, oh, I wonder what their roles are called. And I just looked at you guys' profiles before we joined call. They were just there. Dude, I forget how evil this place looks like in the adult timeline. Oh my goodness.
It's scary.
It's so terrifying. I used to like never go to, or I used to like skip the parts on YouTube videos of this. So I don't actually have the 64. I just watched the game. Wait, no, I didn't dump my freaking copy. I have to buy a new 3DS again. Oh my goodness. I had a 3DS when I was a kid, but I only had DS games for it. Then I got a 2DS XL, like in 2018, I think. Then I had Majora's Mask and what is it called, Ocarina on it. And I didn't dump them because I couldn't freaking jailbreak my thing.
Why not?
I guess mod my thing. I don't know. I think it was a patched version or something. Like I got the SD card for it and everything. Then I got home, watched the tutorial, and I was like, "Oh yeah, if your thing has this, by the way, you can't jailbreak it or something." I was like, "Oh, that's cool." But I guess it might have just been a 2DS XL only thing, like with the Switch like re-releases being like unmoddable and stuff. And that's why I don't have any Switch games on PC. Like, oh my god, I can't believe mine's. I have to buy like a new one. Maybe I should just buy like a tablet only, because I do have like several games like Breath and stuff that I want to play on PC. Because no, Breath, I have my Wii U copy, but Splatoon 3, I do want to play that on PC with my friends and stuff, because they've dumped their copies, but I haven't. Speaking of, I have like the whole thing. I've got like the small injector thingy. I don't know if you still need that with modern mods, because I haven't kept up with the jailbreaking scene in so long. But I've got the USB-C injector thingy that just goes into the
Got the
Joy-Con drills and stuff.
3DS.
No, for the Switch,
Oh.
But my freaking thing is hardware locked, so I can't jailbreak it. Wait, when it comes to GameCube, it's over. I imagine Courage Reborn will work with the Wii thing as well, because I'm pretty sure Dietrich said that, or was it Dietrich or Skylar? I completely forgot. It was one of them that said, what is it? The file systems are the exact same, so they could just like, because I was like keeping up with the Linko mod being made and stuff. They said that the file systems are the exact same, or the file paths and stuff, so they could just port it to the other versions pretty easily. But for the Wii one, it was like broken for a few days with like audio or something. But that got fixed pretty quick. National Prince copies GameCube. Wait,
I wonder.
can you dump GameCube games off a Wii? Is that a thing? Oh wait, do they even? Yeah, they do work because it has like the thing, except for later releases. So can you dump a GameCube game using a Wii? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
I wonder
Oh,
something.
cool.
Would I be
Yeah.
able to watch, like, fucking,
Oh, cool.
like Zelda lore from YouTube on Twitch if there's just for until I decide to cut stream off, or would I get copyright strike for that because I'm watching it on the YouTube video and showing it off?
I mean, Vinny Vinesauce watches YouTube videos on Twitch all the time, but I don't know about the specifics of it, obviously. Unless it has some like copyrighted music, I imagine it'd be fine, but you might want to search up all that stuff beforehand. Also, oh my god, this song is so good. I love Greedo's Canyon.
I am going to
that true? Oh my god. That's actually crazy. Maybe it was just
here.
like,
We could just watch Zelda lore for like the rest.
That's
For,
crazy.
like the rest
oh my
of
god,
the stream. I
Zeltic,
guess,
my
why not?
goat. I loved his videos. I watched them so much.
Here.
That's like how you can like solder, or what is it? You can reheat old GPUs in the oven, and it usually fixes them because it like repairs the solder bonds and stuff. That's like maybe
I've
the
never
funniest
heard
thing you
that.
can do.
That's
Actually, you know
crazy.
what?
It's pretty common. I've seen a lot of people do it.
Twilight Princess Twilight Princess PC Port. I just watched Twilight Princess lore.
Yes, the goat. Experience hit anime Kakegurui like never before. Okay, I'm interested. And the Black Crisis, my goat.
Okay,
I'm in all these names.
You guys can react to this in real time if you want, but I'm gonna have to turn you down.
That's okay. I hope this has full subtitles because I don't want to hear you twice and also myself twice.
I wouldn't
Thank you
trust
for
the
the
subtitles
subtitles.
because sometimes they're wrong on YouTube.
Yeah, the YouTube ones are pretty bad if they're auto-generated, aren't they?
Are these?
Wait, this is a
auto-generated?
beautiful game list. Oh my goodness.
It's auto-generated, yeah.
First, yeah, you can tell because it's got like the all of them just pop up immediately, and they've got like weird punctuation and stuff.
Let's just listen and see what they're gonna say because this is about the dungeons from Twilight Princess.
Oh, they should address Snowpeak stuff with like there being paintings of Brutala and stuff in there. And also the city in the sky. Maybe they just put those there for fun or something. I think my first
Oh wait,
Pokemon
I
game
think
was
I know a
Black and White
solution.
too.
So you
Oh,
don't
Black
have to
too.
hear me twice. Hold on.
Oh,
There should be something I could do with this, right?
low-key, I could just like sync up the YouTube video on my own end, and that would make it work.
You
But
could do this, right?
are you streaming? You didn't watch together on Discord? Why did I just hear this? Oh my god!
Yeah. So if I just do
Awesome.
this, right? Oh wait, no,
Yeah, I
it's the wrong
guess.
one. It's the wrong one. This
Got
one.
it. This is watch together.
Forgot you could do this.
Yeah, no, me too. I don't look at the
This
activities
video
ever.
is sponsored by Squarespace.
Wait, but how am I
Thank you,
supposed to get this on
Squarespace.
the show on fucking Discord now?
Oh my god. Maybe pop out the activity window and then stream that on Twitch or something.
This-
I don't know.
Can I do that?
Yeah, you can pop out most things, and I think they made it so that you can pop out individual windows also.
I don't know if you can pop up just the activity.
You
Okay, yes, I
could.
can.
Not sure. Oh, cool.
Is it synced for all of us?
I'd imagine
It's
so.
paused for me.
Yeah, it's paused at the moment, but
Is Link. Link
Yeah,
is
it's
very sad right now. You know why? Because he's sick of hurting all those
Everything's up.
stupid goats. He's sick of them constantly escaping the
Hello,
pens.
Mirbo.
Why do they keep escaping the pens? It's like that every day. One
Wait,
moment
but
they're
how
there,
can I pause it
the
now?
next.
It's not letting me pause
boom.
it now.
He's
it's
decided.
not. Wait, does that work? Because I just did that.
Did you mute it?
No, I paused it.
What the fuck?
It's at 22 seconds, bro. That's so
Oh, I'm looking.
weird.
I'm looking at. Oh, that's why I was looking at Agile's game.
Oh, that makes sense. What? The remote? I have the remote? But it said that Kira's hosting on my end, so oh, I'm hosting. Oh, everyone to the place. Oh, there we go. There was a thing. You know, thank you, Ellis. It was that.
Let me
I have
just
to- okay, you
make
guys should
sure
be-
I stream the right thing and not accidentally leak all my Discord DMs.
I think they have a streamer mode on by default. It's opt out, I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
Now you guys
so
should be
I
able to
turn-
like change it and
Wait,
stuff
is my
also.
HDR still
not
on?
just
I
me.
thought I turned it off. Okay, no, my HDR is
you're
off. Okay,
evil.
that's good.
So really evil that nothing has like downscale or what is it, undermapping, whatever it's called.
I
to-
fixed
or
your
tone mapping. that's what I'm thinking of.
reactives, so they're not like hidden under the screen.
I think the being hidden was kind of funny. They're just like kind of sitting there.
Well, now they're fixed. So now if I turn I should be able to. I don't want to have a demo here, so I'm going to turn off reactive voice for a second. And then this here, right? This here.
They've got a demo.
Can
out
I
now, at
still hear
least.
you guys when I do this?
I wonder. Oh, we're like square near.
Try
That's weird.
speaking.
Hello?
Hello.
Is this true? Link's face looks messed up, dude. Oh my goodness.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you guys. So let's just watch
Cool.
this Zelda lore, right?
Okay, go.
should be
I think I
synced
gave
for all
everyone
of
permission
us.
to be able to see.
This video
yeah,
is
that moved for me
sponsored
also.
by Squarespace.
Cool.
This is Link. Link is very sad right now. You know why? Because he's sick of hurting all those stupid goats. He's sick of them constantly escaping the pens. Why do they keep escaping the pens? It's like that every day. One moment they're there, the next, boom. He's decided to
Bang.
quit his job once and for all and pursue his true passion in art. But he doesn't know where to start because he's only a farm boy and has never touched a computer in his life. Well, you're in luck, Link.
I think
because
this is
right
a
now, if you
sponsorship.
click
Yeah,
the link
I was
in the
gonna say,
description
this sounds way too much like a
squarespace.com/Nintendo
sponsorship.
Black Crisis, you can use code Nintendo Black Crisis to save 10% off your first
Thank you,
purchase of a
NBC.
website or domain.
I follow you on Twitter.com.
Squarespace includes numerous easy-to-use tools,
I think.
allowing
Is
anyone
that my
to
old
create
account?
their dream
Maybe.
website.
Uh-oh.
Trust me, if I can do it, anyone can. You can also monetize your content with paid areas or connect social media accounts so that those
Can we
posts
skip
appear
this? I
on
don't think
your
no one
website.
cares. And I don't want to
Personally,
advertise
I
someone
kept mine
else's
simple with
sponsorship on my
text and
stream.
image. It was accomplished
Oh my
just
God.
by using both
This is waiting
high-quality
for someone
no
else to do, 'cause, like,
adjustments
oh, I
for
wonder if they
Space's
wanna
many
skip this or not.
templates.
Wait, can you guys skip it too?
Yeah.
And
I have the
rework
remote
it
for
to
some
fit your
reason,
own
but I gave it
needs.
to everyone. 'cause
For
they're so
example,
nice or
I've
something.
recently added a page all about my secondary YouTube channel, which provides people
Oh,
with
shut up, who
high-quality,
cares?
no-commentary game playthroughs to use amendments to them. What are you waiting for? yes, The Legend of Zelda, and now, to today's videos. It was a game that I always intended on going
Over
back.
Blockstrap? I remember I played that game like
Oh, who the fuck do you
The
say?
Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. It's
Wait,
a game
that's
that
the,
I've only
that's
recently
the
replayed
client
for like the
that
second
makes
time
it
in my
like,
whole
yeah,
life.
the launcher that
And
makes
it was one of the
not block
first Zelda
60
games I
frames
beat
or
back in the
something.
day, alongside others
Well, it has,
such as
like, some
Ocarina
mods
of
and
Time
stuff, which is-
3D
I
and
think
A
I still
Link
have it
Between
installed.
Worlds.
Did I change them?
It was a game that I always intended
changed
on
the
going
owners?
back
Oh my
to,
God.
but I just
Ooh.
kept putting it off since it's one of the longer Zelda titles. This time I experienced the game in its full
I'm in
1080p glory, and I'm glad I did. All I can say is
Ooh.
expect more Twilight Princess
Makes
content
sense.
on the channel. But enough of that, let's get to the topic at hand. Dungeons. There are tons of them in the series, and for this video in particular, we're going to be looking at half of them in Twilight Princess.
Why half?
And joining me today is
about
the
the other
one, the only,
Maybe there's a part
Bandit
2 or something.
Games. So once you're done with this video, make sure to head over to his channel where we
Videos
cover the
means two
dungeons
sponsorships.
not mentioned in this one.
Oh fuck! It's a two-part video.
As with many Zelda games, dungeons typically fall into
Thank
one of
God.
two categories. Those that
Tower
get
Sword
plenty
Bench.
of
Oh my
love
God.
by the devs and are remembered by the
Oh my
players,
God.
and the
Oh, I
ones that are
love that
clearly
boss.
not the favorite child of the bunch.
Coloctos? Yeah,
Factors
he's the
such as
coolest.
a dungeon's
Hey,
gameplay,
more
aesthetic,
Coloctos
and yes,
nonsense.
even
What's the
lore
word for
play a
nonsense?
huge
Coloctos
part
praise,
in
that's
whether or
what I'm
not
thinking
that
of.
experience sticks with
He's
the
such a
players.
cool
While
boss
this
fight,
does
and
result
just the
in
dungeon as a
masterpieces
whole
such
is
as
so
the
cool. I love
Ancient
the Ancient
Cistern or the
Cistern.
Forest Temple, others such as Twilight
Why do I
Princess's
feel so
Goron Mines
fucking
are
sweaty?
sadly neglected, especially in the
Me
lore
too, I don't know why,
department.
but
I
it's
mean, look
really
at
hot in
this
my room,
list.
too.
Of all the dungeons shown,
it's like
this
6
is clearly
a.m.
the
or
least
something.
dense when it comes to lore. But that doesn't mean we have nothing to work off of. According to Gore
fuck
Koron,
do
the
you
acting
mean the
patriarch of
dungeons
the
in Twilight
Goron
Princess
tribe,
have
the
the
light
least lore?
spirits entrusted them with one of the fused shadow
Maybe compared
pieces,
to other ones, I don't
which
know.
was then stored away deep within the mines.
I haven't
However,
done, like,
the
a deep
four
dive or
elders and
anything, so I'm not-
Patriarch
don't quote me
Darbus
on
were
anything, but
forced
still.
to investigate the mines given Death Mountain's recent violent behavior, which is likely
Wow,
due to the
that's-
fused shadow.
oh,
After touching the
2025,
ancient
my
relic,
goodness.
Darbus was transformed into a twilight monster and sealed within the mines, much to the dismay of the Goron elders. Worried for their safety,
actually
the
where the
tribe
shadow
cut
bow
ties with
arrows
Kakariko
things
Village,
went.
requiring Link to acquire
know
the
this.
Iron Boots and beat the acting patriarch in a sumo wrestling competition, with his victory granting him access to Death Mountain as well as their sacred mines. The dungeon itself is made up of numerous smaller rooms that are connected to two much larger exterior chambers. Most of them are either filled with lava or water, along with mining equipment. In fact, much of this mining process appears to be automated through the use of machines, most notably the massive cranes in the two central locations. There's also the
Yeah, no
rotating
shit.
platforms, including a giant one situated right outside of the mini-boss chamber, a complex pipe
Wow,
system,
three
and
locations.
BMOS, which have taken on a much more robotic appearance in this game. Gore Koron mentions that the mines are filled with traps meant to keep outsiders away from the dungeon, so it's likely that not all of these contraptions were built for the purpose of mining. Some of it exists simply to ward off intruders. You couldn't even get as far as past the first room since it requires you to deactivate the pipe spewing fire, which can only be done by pressing a switch. A switch that's far too heavy to weigh down unless the one doing it is a Goron. It's rather odd to see such technologically advanced machinery in these mines, as the
Darbus, oh
Gorons
my
tend to
goodness.
do any mining or excavation work manually, given their brute strength. And the times we do see them clearing out
love
chunks
how
of rock,
overdone
it's
his
using their
facial
bare
animations were, like,
hands
on all
rather than any
Gorons,
sort of
especially in
equipment.
Twilight
Not to
Princess,
mention
maybe.
that in Ocarina of
It
Time,
looks
the
like the
two
Sonic
dungeons of the
Adventure
Gorons,
one,
Dodongo's
especially
Cavern and the
thing.
Fire Temple,
So
are
funny.
both severely lacking in terms of technology. At the most, there are some moving platforms and intricate stonework within the latter, but that's nothing compared to the colossal cranes of Twilight Princess's mines. One possible explanation is that the Gorons got help from the humans, which eventually led to the construction of all the technology seen in the present.
no
We already
humans
know
in
that
Zelda
prior
was
to the
only
fused
Hylians.
shadow-corrupting Darbus, the Gorons
No, they
were
used to
on
be called
good terms
humans.
with Kakariko
You
Village.
see that in
In
Skyward
fact, we
Sword.
find out early on
Before,
that the
they
Gorons
stopped
are
calling
the
themselves
suppliers
Hylians
for
and stuff.
Barnes' bomb shop,
'Cause
and
Girahim
that he's
calls
unable
Link
to
and stuff
restock his
humans.
supplies given the current situation. Once Link enters the mines and quells the Twilight Igniter Virus, his business reopens and the player is able to purchase bombs once again. So it's likely that one of the things mined here are materials for explosives. There are also numerous portraits of handprints on the walls of the mines, specifically in the chambers where Link finds the three elders, as well as the entrance to the dungeon itself, and their size suggests them to be human handprints. However, these prints appear to be pressed into the metal itself, and the only species capable of doing so without injury are the Goron, so maybe these are of younger ones? But they definitely resemble human hands more, at least in our opinion. Another indicator of the good relations between Gorons and humans is that, according to Mayor Bo, he once sumo wrestled and beat Gorkoron, who at that time was the tribe's patriarch. Gorkoron says as much when you speak to him. Mayor Bo is also the one who gives Link the iron boots, an item that's required to navigate the treacherous mines. In each of the Elders' chambers in the Goron mines, it's worth noting that, just like the entrance, these places also have sumo wrestling rings, as well as mining tools including shovels and pickaxes. There are also plenty of chairs present in these chambers, likely meant for spectators of sumo wrestling matches. However, there's also these stools which feel far too small and frail for Gorons to sit on, so perhaps these were meant for humans. At most, we know that Gorkoron is familiar with the Sheikah Eye emblem as he's the one that points it out, a tribe which was closely connected to both the royal family and the Uka, a highly advanced civilization that was responsible for the creation of the Temple of Time dungeon, and technology found within including the Dominion Rod. In fact, the Temple of Time is the second dungeon to include Beamos, but what's interesting is that their appearance differs from the ones in the Goron mines. They have a much more slender, almost futuristic appearance compared to the blocky and rustic-like ones in the mines. The ones in Death Mountain also have the Goron emblem imprinted at the bottom. All of this is to say that perhaps this stuff was constructed by Gorons using information and knowledge passed down through other tribes, such as the Sheikah and the Sky Beings. But this still leaves us with several questions. What about this dungeon made it sacred? Was it because it's somehow related to Ocarina of Time's Fire Temple? Were these mines built solely for bomb materials and nothing more? And when is NBC gonna grace us with his "oh my gosh, is that a Zone Ice World soundbite"? Not to worry, dear viewers, that will all be coming very soon. Now, because Gorkoron refers to these mines as sacred, it makes you wonder why that would be the case. I mean, it's quite literally a mine built for, well, mining stuff. But if this place were to be the same place as the Fire Temple, it would then make sense. Because not only is that place sacred due to its connection to the Seven Sages, there's also the legend of the ancient Goron warrior who slew Volvagia with the Megaton Hammer. A place with such history could no doubt be viewed as sacred. However, remember that the Fire Temple is situated in the heart of Death Mountain. Meanwhile, in Twilight Princess, it's heavily implied that this towering mountain in the distance is Death Mountain. I mean, do you see any other structures such as this that are close by? And right now, this shot is being captured from the entrance of the Goron mines, so while the general area we're in is the Death Mountain region, it's not Death Mountain proper. It's kind of like Dodongo's Cavern, as that place was also not technically inside Death Mountain. Now, even if we were to assume that the Goron mines is the same location as Dodongo's Cavern, why would that be considered sacred? Well, there's a simple explanation for that, although it still falls into theory territory. Recall that these mines were used not only to hold the hero's bow, an item belonging to an ancient hero, but also one of the pieces of the fused shadow, an item so dangerous it's capable of turning the strongest of characters into horrific monsters. And since this task was personally given to them by the light spirits, it's probably safe to say that the Gorons wouldn't want just anyone poking around in their mines. In regards to what this item is used for, aside from bomb materials, it's worth noting that the cranes used are magnetic, suggesting that the Gorons were excavating some sort of metal. Since many of their platforms are made from metal, they could have been used for construction purposes. Or maybe some of the metal was used as the casing for explosives. We know that Ocarina of Time's Dodongo Cavern was used to mine edible rocks, which might also be true for the Goron mines. There's also the pipe system found all throughout the dungeon. While we don't know much about what it's used for, one possible answer is that they're all connected to the ones spewing fire at the entrance. Some of these could also be pumping lava through the dungeon, or perhaps hot water for the hot springs. In fact, apparently the Gorons make a fortune selling the stuff to the folks at Castletown, so perhaps the Goron mines have something to do with that. One detail that's very interesting is the fact that these two exterior chambers are very different. The wood scaffolding and fewer cranes in the second might suggest that this area is currently under construction, with the other side showing what the end product will be. The fact that certain locations are filled with either lava or water might mean that the Gorons are using the pipes to drain and fill certain rooms. Honestly, there are so many ways to interpret these two chambers. Aside from that, the only other interesting tidbit is this.
Have you not seen Gru's feet yet? Have you not seen Gru's feet yet? He's in Lynn's server.
There are also these symbols on the wall.
Feet of Gru's, my bad.
When it comes to the Goron mines.
Oh my god, is that a Zone Ice World?
I saw him when I woke up.
I told you guys it was going to happen. Although I may have
It
cheated
delayed me
because,
getting
you
up by
know,
like 10
I have
more
the
minutes.
script.
It was so funny.
In my
I was just
opinion,
not
Snowpeak
expecting it
Ruins
at all.
is the most unique dungeon in this game, as well as one of the most unique in the series. A mansion now abandoned and left exposed to the elements of Snowpeak, save for the Yeti couple who take up a small part of the building. By the time Link arrives in the Cold Mountains, he finds out from Yeto that one of the mirror shards was taken back to the mansion and given to his wife as a gift. But not long after, the place was overrun with monsters, with his wife suddenly becoming ill. He was hunting reekfish in Zora's domain to use in a soup for Yetta and invites you over to his mansion. After getting the key to the bedroom, as well as getting a bit sidetracked thanks to Yetta's not-so-good memory, Link must battle against Yetto's wife, who has now transformed into the Twilight
He's
Ice
like me
Mask
for real,
Blizzetta,
for real.
all
Bad
thanks
memory.
to the dark powers of the mirror. The story does have a
I got the
happy
worst
ending,
memory
though,
ever. I
as
don't
both
say anything,
Yetis
but
embrace
Blizzeta's
and
theme
allow
was
you
so
to take
cool.
the
I
shard,
loved, like, the Hyrule
essentially
field
ridding the
atmosphere in it.
mansion of its curse. But who exactly owned this mansion? Certainly it wasn't the Yeti couple, as they seem to have moved in sometime after this place was left in ruins. One of the first things you notice about Snowpeak Ruins is that it's less of a traditional mansion, and more so a fortress. Rooms filled with military equipment such as weapons, shields, and armor. In fact, many of them are frozen into the ice itself. But when you consider the cannons found on the inside and outside of the mansion, as well as the 4 watchtowers, it certainly feels as if this place had more of an emphasis on defense rather than offense. The aesthetic of these rooms also greatly varies. Many of the hallways and chambers are built out of brick with minimal decoration, giving off a functionality over luxury feel, while others, such as the living room and bedroom, were clearly designed with overall comfort in mind. In addition, there's this crest plastered all over the stonework, shields, and numerous decorations littered throughout the Snowpeak Ruins. This appears to be a sort of coat of arms or symbol belonging to Snowpeak Mansion, similar to how the Triforce paired with wings represents the royal family of Hyrule. On the topic of the royal family, it's possible that this mansion belonged to them, given all the military equipment. It might have been some sort of hideout for emergency purposes, especially during the Civil or Interloper War. Many groups had fought to establish dominion over the Sacred Realm and its Triforce. Not only would they be far away from any sort of danger, but the heavy defenses would guarantee that no threats made it as far as through the front door. As a matter of fact, in Twilight Princess HD, the Snowpeak Crest can actually be found in the tower holding Princess Zelda. However, this is a detail only present in the Wii U version. Both the GameCube and Wii versions of the game instead have the crest of the royal family. And before you ask, this is not the case for Snowpeak Ruins. It still has that unique crest resembling a coat of arms, with 2 rapiers crossing blades. So, what if this hideout wasn't owned by the royal family, but some other wealthy person or people, which had their own personal guard? The first person that comes to mind is Ashai, a member of the Resistance that helps Link with locating several dungeons in the game. Ashai grew up in the mountains with her father, who trained her in the arts of war. This aligns with what we see in the mansion, as it's filled with weapons, armor, and shields. However, she never specifies what mountain she grew up on, and never hints at Snowpeak Ruins once being her home. In fact, the closest she ever gets to the mountain is the entrance. But the Twilight Princess manga tells a different story. In it, Ashai says that the mansion used to be her home, and that it was
The manga,
eventually...
the goat!
Oh,
It's non-canon, but still, I love the manga.
I can't show this entire stream to Oga the Real anymore. He'll kill me.
Oh, right.
He's
Wait, is
trying
that the
to
person
avoid
that had read the
spoilers for
manga?
this.
Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, I guess
Well,
skip this
I
part,
already
I'm
started
cool with
watching. I still want to see it. I'll just tell him to skip this part of the VOD.
abandoned by her
Okay.
family. Upon learning that a Yeti couple moved into the ruins, she was first wary of them, but allowed them to stay given their harmless nature. Now, it goes without saying that the manga is non-canon, however, I still wanted to include it in this video. Aside from that, it's hard to know who else could have owned the mansion, or if it had any special purposes aside from being a fortress. But there are some details worth mentioning. First are the snowflakes visible on the numerous banners, corners of the pushable blocks, and the bedroom door. This means that at
Hey,
the
there's
time
supposed to
of
be
the
one
mansion's
block in that room.
construction, these mountains were snowing. It's not like it happened all of a sudden sometime after this place was built. Second are the portraits found all throughout the Snowpeak Ruins. Some of them are rather unexciting, such as pictures of Hyrule Castle, but ones worth mentioning include Queen Rutella, a figure which resembles the Sage of Light Rauru, the Sacred Grove, and City in the Sky. Now,
How do we get
firstly,
this?
we're shown what the Temple of
address
Time
them,
grounds
Nintendo.
used to look like. And since this one is of how they appear in the present, it could be used as evidence to sort of get an idea of when this mansion may have been built. But of all the portraits shown, the one of the city in the sky is definitely the strangest. If this capital is in the heavens, how could a picture of it end up in Snowpeak Ruins of all places? Well, perhaps the owner of this mansion is somehow related to a previous messenger of the heavens. Like previously mentioned, the royal family may have owned this mansion, and they were the ones the Uka were in contact with. Unfortunately, we're not given much, but even if this wasn't the case, there's also that picture of the Sacred Grove, another location which would not be so easily accessed by any normal individual. The last thing I want to mention regarding Snowpeak and all of its mysteries are the suits of armor found within the fortified mansion. They're far too big to fit Hylians, so are they only there for decoration purposes, or is there another reason? One thing we have yet to talk about is this dungeon's mini-boss, Darkhammer. In the hallway leading to one of the rooms, a statue comes to life and fights Link with a ball and chain. But when you look at this enemy, it's clearly not human. In fact, it appears to have a tail. It sort of makes me think of a mix between Lizalfos and Dodongo, and the armor fits it pretty well. In some ways, it's similar to the Darknut enemy, as well as the Dynalfos that you fight in the Temple of Time, which also happen to be very heavily armored. Now, this leads into more speculation territory, but perhaps there were some sort of experiments to use monsters as a sort of super soldier. It would explain the remote location, given how this would want to be done in secret, and even if someone did stumble across the mansion, it wouldn't look that suspicious at first glance. And even if someone did investigate, the heavy defenses would quickly deal with any sort of threat or intruder. I did a video with Zeltic over on his channel covering Snowpeak, and it also talks a bit about this, so I'll have a link to that in the description below if anyone's interested.
Of all the dungeons listed here, the Temple of Time is by far the most interesting when it comes to lore and theories. I mean, it's the Temple of Time, and it just so happens that Twilight Princess's rendition of it is packed with details not seen in the other versions such as Ocarina of Times or Breath of the Wilds. Because unlike those two, this one comes with an entire dungeon. One thing that you'll quickly notice is that the layout of this temple is nearly identical to the one shown off in Ocarina of Time. In fact, the only major difference is the lack of the spiritual stone pedestal. It's also where the hero of Twilight goes to obtain the Master Sword. And don't let appearances deceive you, this is still within the Temple of Time. It's just that so much time has gone by that this area has fallen into ruin and decay. In order to see the temple in its full glory, Link must travel back through time to when this place was still standing. Doing so gives us a much better look at the interior, where the hero must return the blade to its pedestal to open the pathway to the inner dungeon. This is yet another connection to Ocarina of Time's Temple of Time, as that game's Master Sword was also found in the inner chambers. So it's possible that these two structures are actually meant to be the same. Nintendo even uses the exact same soundtrack for the temple in this game. We never get a look at the exterior of this place during this time, so perhaps the area was abandoned and the forest grew around the temple. However, there are some who believe that this is a different Temple of Time entirely. In a 2007 interview with Eiji Aonuma, he states that canonically, Twilight Princess is meant to take place around 100 and something years after Ocarina of Time. Could a forest of this size really grow in that amount of time? I mean, there's also the possibility of it somehow being moved into the woods, but it's hard to get into some other explanations without it falling into just heavy speculation. On a side note, one theory people have regarding Navi's disappearance is that she entered this part of the dungeon. In the credits, you see her fly into this back window, and in Twilight Princess, the bit at the back is revealed to be an illusion hiding the entrance to the Temple of Time dungeon. According to Russell, the Temple of Time was created by the ancestors of the Hylians, an ancient but sophisticated civilization which guards a sacred power. This is later revealed to be the Dominion Rod, an item that's used to control the many statues in the dungeon. According to legend, this rod was passed down by the Uka to the Hylians as a means of maintaining contact with the royal family of Hyrule. The one who held this rod,
this and the
as
one
the
that's like,
messenger to
oh,
the
the
heavens,
ancient
would use it
temple or
whenever the
forgotten
royal
temple from
family
Red
wanted to
series is also
communicate
the
with
same
the
as
Uka. At the
the
time, this
big
race
shrine.
was no longer on
Or
Hyrule's
what is it, the
surface,
goddess's
as they
temple
had
from
used
Skyward
their
Sword.
technology
I love
to
that one
ascend to
especially.
the heavens
Especially because
above.
like the
This
tree and
capital
stuff peeking
city is
out
later
that you
visited by
planted
the
in
hero
past
via
in
a sky
Skyward
cannon
Sword.
to retrieve the final
Like,
mirror
I'm
of
a
Twilight
believer.
Shard.
It's
Now,
so
while we
cool.
will be covering some of the lore of the Uka and their technologies as it's closely tied to the Temple of Time, much of it is going to be saved from my video where we look further into the city in the sky as well as the other dungeons. Anyway, this all suggests that the Uka had a hand in the creation of the Temple of Time dungeon.
Poor choice of words, Bandit.
Not only is this temple built around the use of the Dominion Rod, but there are also engravings into the side of the dungeon which depict several figures, one of which is holding the Dominion Rod, presumably the Messenger of the Heavens. Additionally, some script is found at the entrance before the Master Sword Chamber, and it translates to Sanctuary, Stone Statue, Master Sword, and Copy Rod, with the last one referring to the Dominion Rod and its ability to make statues mirror the hero's movement. This also might be related to why this temple was visited in the distant past. Following the completion of the Temple of Time dungeon and returning to the present, Uka states that the magic of the Dominion Rod has been exhausted due to it being around for quite some time. At this point in the game, you're required to seek out the Ancient Skybook, which is then used to restore the rod's powers. According to Impaz, her ancestors were tasked with guarding the book so that it could later be handed to the Messenger of the Heavens, the one who holds the Dominion Rod. This leads into another idea. Perhaps the ones who left these items had no knowledge of when the Messenger of the Heavens would receive them. By constructing the time door, it meant that even if the temple fell into ruins and the rod lost its power, that individual would still be capable of retrieving the Dominion Rod and using it to communicate with the Uka. I mean, they even hid some of the characters of the Skybook across Hyrule, beneath statues that could only be moved with the rod. It all seems very deliberate. Now, whether these individuals knew the events of Twilight Princess would happen or not and prepared for this outcome is, of course, debatable. We do have cases where individuals have prophetic visions, and in Breath of the Wild it's stated that the Sheikah were blessed with the sight of goddess Hylia. But this is a topic better saved for a later date. It does make you question how a shard of the Mirror of Twilight made its way into the past. Maybe Goma grabbed it and somehow made its way through the door. It is rather interesting how similar this dungeon is to the Wind Waker's Tower of the Gods. Both areas utilize the mechanic of controlling statues while also having their separate versions of Beamos and Armos. Plus, the Temple of Time is also a tower-like structure with a whopping 8 floors. Its entire puzzle revolves around Link climbing to the very top and bringing one of the statues all the way down to the first floor. There's also some similarity to the puzzles, as there are times when the player needs to escort statues to certain parts of the dungeon, and both feature weighing scale puzzles involving the use of these statues. Additionally, the platforms of light in the Tower of the Gods draw a parallel to the one granting access to the inner part of Twilight Princess's Temple of Time dungeon. One other possibility, and one that has been frequently discussed online, is that this extension to the Temple of Time is actually the Temple of Light, a place only briefly seen in Ocarina of Time. It was located within the Sacred Realm, the resting place of the Triforce before it was taken by Ganondorf. The only room we ever get to see in this Temple of Light is the Chamber of Sages, and it's the only temple of the game where we're given its medallion without having to navigate any sort of dungeon, specifically the Light Medallion. In fact, this symbol is found all throughout the Temple of Time dungeon, and is the biggest piece of evidence which supports this theory. And Rauru is said to be the one who built the Temple of Time over the remains of the sealed temple, the Sage of, you guessed it, Light. The second key to this theory, quite literally, is the Master Sword. Link is required to thrust the blade back into its pedestal to activate the staircase leading to the Temple of Time dungeon. A staircase that, may I add, is made from light. It's not too different from how the Hero of Time entered the Sacred Realm, and thus the Temple of Light, by pulling the Master Sword from its pedestal. Whether this truly is meant to be the same place or not is up to the player, but it's very interesting nonetheless.
I always love the Temple of Time, like just literally going back and
this video's already 20 minutes?
Time going into it.
We haven't even gotten to the Palace of Twilight yet. Let's be honest, of all the dungeons in the game, this is likely the one you know the most about when it comes to lore, since, you know, how much it plays into the main story of the game. So because of that, expect this one to be brief. We will go over some bits of it, but really my best recommendation is just to play Twilight Princess, as it's a fantastic game. To understand the lore of the Palace of Twilight means understanding the history of the Twilight Realm and events which led up to the banishment of the Interlopers. Back then, war broke out between those who wanted to establish dominion over the Sacred Realm and its treasure, the Triforce. Of these groups were the Interlopers, said to be powerful magic wielders, but these actions did not go unnoticed, and it wasn't long until the Light Spirits intervened, using the Mirror of Twilight to banish them within the Twilight Realm. These events led to their transformation into the Twilight Race. Now, despite being permanently banished to this realm of darkness, the Mirror of Twilight was left intact at Arbiters Grounds so that a link remained between these two worlds. But as time passed, this mirror became an execution method of sorts to send Hyrule's worst criminals away to the Twilight Realm. It's interesting to think about because this decision was essentially what led to Hyrule's ruin, with the banishment of Ganondorf after his failed execution. I don't think the Mirror of Twilight was ever intended to be used this way, so it's yet another example of the royal family's poor decisions. Fast forward to the moment Ganondorf enters the Twilight Realm, and this is where the events of Twilight Princess kick off. You see, the Twilight definitely learnt their mistakes which had led them here in the first place, and when they realized that Xant's lust for power could repeat said events, he was denied the throne. Ganondorf agreed to give the Usurper King the power he desired, but in exchange, he would fulfill the Demon King's request. To merge shadow and light, and make darkness. Almost immediately, Xant overthrew Midna and transformed his own people into shadow beasts, launching an attack on Hyrule and covering it with a blanket of Twilight.
Like the one that's behind Xant
He
right now
also
in the
shattered
actual
the
game.
Mirror
I'm
of
so excited
Twilight
for
to
them.
cut off all
We never
connections
actually
to
get
the
see them in
realm.
game.
However, he could only break it into 4 pieces, for if one wanted to utterly destroy the mirror, one needed to be the true ruler of the Twilight. This is what makes a lot of this dungeon's lore in particular interesting. It's not the Palace of Twilight itself, but everything that led up to it, and how that shaped it to be what it is. This isn't just a dungeon, it's quite literally the home of this race. You can even see several floating islands in the distance, and given that it's possible to tame Targaroks and fly with them,
Olga hasn't watched
perhaps
it yet,
all of
or
these
read it yet.
landmasses also have
stopped
residence.
myself there.
I mean,
was
if
really
this
close.
is the palace, then where exactly do these people live? It also means that when you fight the Shadow Beasts, you're essentially killing innocent civilians that were transformed into these monsters, all thanks to Xant's dark magic.
That's pretty dark.
One topic that's frequently discussed is the identity of
Oh
the
my God.
interlopers. Were they a single
Do it
race?
again.
If so, what race was it? Two
Oh
of the
my
most
God.
common answers thrown around are the Gerudo and Sheikah. Personally speaking, since the interlopers are described as a group of sorcerers, I think it's possible that it was a group consisting of multiple races. I do find the souls in particular to be very intriguing. According to Midna, these items are the equivalent of the sun in the quote-unquote world of light, meaning Hyrule. They're said to be the source of life for the Twilight, and bringing these orbs to the residents heals them of the Shadow Beast curse. When you try to take these out of the Palace of Twilight, Xant's hand pursues the player in an attempt to take it back. Not only is this a dungeon mechanic, as well as nightmare fuel, but it also makes sense since it acts as a sort of security system to make sure no one messes with the Usurper King's plans. One other noteworthy thing found in the dungeon is this dark, foggy stuff. If the souls are viewed as the son of the Twilight, this is the complete opposite. According to Midna, it's made up of the same crystal used to permanently curse Link in his wolf form, and running into the substance forces him to transform regardless of whether he's using the crystal or not. Given that the souls heal the Twilight, and that they also cut through this fog, it may have played a part in how Xant cursed his own people to become the Shadow Beasts. But, as always, who knows? And with that, I'm going to end the video here. Thank you for watching, and I'll have a link to Bandit's video in—
I need it. I need more.
The Zelda series is full of little details for the player to pick up on when they connect one game to another. This can range from the return of a villain, to implied historical events, to foreshadowing a game that hasn't even been released yet. So welcome to a video detailing many of these connections in Twilight Princess. These are segments from my full playthrough with a few small corrections. If you're interested in watching the whole adventure,
yeah,
it's full
like-
of
no, it's
information
6
like this,
it's 6
and you'll
a.m. for
find
me
that
right
linked
now
at the
in
end of the
UK.
video.
1 a.m.
Anyway, let's start
Oh my
with
God.
the Zora
We're
royal
twinning.
family lineage.
By 5
I've
hours
been
apart, but still.
streaming since like 2
Queen
a.m.
Rutella
Sorry,
is
2
mother
p.m.
to Prince Rallis, and
Yeah, because it's
possibly
been
to
going for
Princess
it's
Ruto,
9
who does
hours
not
now,
appear in
but
this
oh my
tale.
goodness.
Beyond having similar names and the same bloodline, Prince Rallis wears a pendant resembling the Zora Sapphire to represent his lineage. The Zora Sapphire was passed down the
song is so
royal
nice.
family, given from Queen
I think kind of
Rutella
like
to
every
Princess Ruto
Twilight
to one
Princess
day give to the
especially
man she
soundtrack,
will marry.
Ever.
Along with
They're almost
Ruto,
beautiful.
it's unclear where the Zora Sapphire is now. As for Rutella's husband,
Yeah.
King Zora appeared in Ocarina of Time. We heard he was
I
an
think
engineer
they
who
don't card that
created
much,
the
or I guess
Zora
it's just
tomb.
because I know some of it already.
As a side
maybe, I don't
note,
know.
though he goes by King Zora, his name is Zora de Bon the 16th, which is referenced in Breath of the Wild.
Not even I knew that.
With the full picture, Zora armor already existed when the Hero of Time met King Zora, and Zora are just young adults at the age of 100, meaning Prince Rallis would have been born in the last century, and King Zora passed away shortly after he was conceived. This places Twilight Princess about a century after Ocarina of Time. At the peak of the Arbiters Grounds, two histories intertwine, the Gerudo and the Zora. Twilight Princess is a sequel to Majora's Mask, answering the question of what became of Ganondorf after Link and Zelda warned the king of his intentions. This made it so Ganondorf could never enter the Sacred Realm and steal the Triforce. Ocarina of Time is about Ganondorf's rise to power, so this would have been the first time he attempted to conquer anything. For his crimes, he was arrested, put on trial, and sentenced to death.
And killed.
But once execution day came, they learned of the curse that made Ganon immortal. It's the Sage of Water that Ganondorf slayed. The sages appear as spirits wearing masks, their true physical forms concealed. It's hard to know if they literally looked like this, or if these are their spirits given form. No other sages in any reality of Hyrule have ever looked this way, always being gifted members of different species. So, who was the Sage of Water? It's possible Rudo is the fallen sage, and this is why she isn't present in the Zora royal family despite how old Zora lived to be. But we can't know that for sure, and these could just be different sages. Rudo never had reason to awaken as a sage because Ganondorf never took over Hyrule in this split history. So this might actually be how King Zora met his end. Ganondorf's execution would have been carried out relatively soon after his defeat. Rudo would have still been a child at the time, and King Zora would have been the Sage of Water instead. I've never seen this said anywhere, so there may be evidence to contradict this I'm not considering.
I want them to answer
but
this.
the point is, Rutella
We
mentions
need
her
to answer
husband's
so many
death.
things from Twilight
He
Princess.
is King
First
Zora,
of all, you need to open Fader's
and we
house.
see
I'm
the
the only
Sage
one
of Water
that's
die.
gonna die on that hill, but still.
As for the
You need to open
Gerudo,
that house now.
what Gerudo?
But yeah, Twilight
Did you
Princess
notice there
reminds me
wasn't a
it's
single
beautiful.
one anywhere in Hyrule? They're completely absent. I found this
I think the
baffling,
Gerudo. I believe
and
that
so
the
did a
Gerudo
lot of
are
other
the
people,
Twilight,
which is
in my
why
opinion.
In my
the Gerudo-
opinion, I think the Gerudo went extinct in this timeline.
I thought it was like what is it? The Sheikah went extinct, and the Gerudo were just like they were all sent to the Twilight Realm, and then they became the Twilight naturally over time. That's what I believe, at least.
It could be. I don't really know off the top of my head, but I think the Gerudo, because they were followers of Ganon, I think they were basically exiled from Hyrule.
War is a popular
Or
fan
died or
theory.
something.
Yeah.
I want to preface this by saying there is no direct mention of a Gerudo War in any official story.
You know, that royal
But
family
their
doesn't seem
silence
very
is
cool
deafening,
with the
and it's
Sheikah tribe
bizarre to
anyway,
see all
even
of
with
this
how
evidence
close
of
they
them
are
once
and how closely
existing.
protected they are
But
from them.
Ganondorf is the only
Like
one
in Breath
we
of the
see
Wild,
at
you know, they
all.
had that whole thing where they're like, so don't do any of that, or we're gonna kill you. And
I'm curious
you know,
this
that's what
guy's
they
gonna
did.
say about the Gerudo, because I'm actually curious.
Oh yeah, yeah, okay.
In my personal opinion, the only plausible half Gerudo is Telma. So in a best case scenario, they're incredibly few in number, and in worst, they're not here at all. Besides the great disappearance, here's the facts. In Ocarina of Time, the Gerudo are overwhelmingly loyal to their king Ganondorf up until he takes over and reveals just how maniacal he is. Since Link and Zelda used time travel to undo his rule, his rise to power never happened. The king put him under arrest instead. It's likely that a great battle took place over this. The Ganon I know would never go down without a good fight. There's always some loonies who don't buy into overwhelmingly proven scandals involving the people in power they agree with. Being wrong is hard. Ganondorf never actually took over to reveal his true intentions. There's always a split in situations like this. For example, Koome and Kotake would stay with their king no matter what. We saw that even the worst timeline wasn't enough to sway their loyalty. Certainly, once the battle was decided, any Gerudo loyal to Ganondorf would pay for their crimes, be made an example of, or be driven away from Hyrule to avoid persecution. This also wouldn't be the first time the royals sent away a whole race of people who lost a war to them. Just ask Midna. Twilight Princess is the first time we see a post-Ganondorf Hyrule, so it's possible we're living in the fallout from that. The sequel to Twilight Princess is Four Swords Adventures, which features a scant fugue.
Fun fact!
According
This was the first Zelda game I ever played.
Oh, really? That's unique. Mine was Twilight Princess.
The first,
So
in
one of the
fact, this
first
was
ones I
the
ever
first
played.
console video game I ever played.
Oh my goodness. That's
Four
the first for
Swords
me. I've
Adventures
never
was
heard.
the first console video game I ever played.
Oh my god.
My uncle gave it to me when I was like 4 years old. He lended me his system. My uncle, and he gave it to me, and he lent it to me, and this was the only game he gave me at the time, I believe. And I played it, and I was like, holy shit, Zelda is so peak. This is my first time ever playing a console game. When I was like a little bit younger than this, I played a little bit on like computer games, but they were like DOS-box games, and they were like fucking like. Is anyone here old enough to remember the Putt-Putt, the purple car game?
Putt-Putt? I don't. Just the name sounds familiar, but I don't remember it either.
There was like this. It's really old. I think a lot of you might because I think I'm the oldest one here at like 22.
Oh, I'm like 2 years younger. Oh my goodness.
What?
I'm 20, so I'm 2 years younger.
Yeah. I don't think any of you remember this. There was these games called like the Putt-Putt games, and they were like games for like really young kids. They were about like this this car that was like sentient, and it was like a point and click game on DOSBox or not. I don't think it was DOSBox. Was it DOSBox or Scum VM? I don't remember. It was one of those. I think it was Scum VM, right? It doesn't matter. You'd play these on like the old computers, and it was like for really young kids, and it was just. I think that was like the first game I ever played ever. But like the first game I ever owned on console that wasn't like a computer game was like Four Swords Adventures. This was like the first console game I ever owned.
According to Zelda Encyclopedia, the Gerudo were driven out of Hyrule altogether around the time of Ganondorf's failure and had to find a new home in the Borderlands, a place called the Desert of Doubt. In the Japanese text, this is stated to be the Desert of Mystery from A Link to the Past. If this was a great war, I doubt they'll ever say much about it because we're getting into the territory of xenophobia and race wars. It would make the royal family the bad guys if they purged an entire race from their land simply because of a few bad apples. Something I'm sure the writers don't want to do to characters like Zelda or the King. It's probably just something best left to interpretation.
Actually, this makes a lot of sense when you consider Nintendo's target audience as children, and like they have investors that want their games to be kid friendly. This doesn't feel like a theory. Like this just feels like something Nintendo would do. Because I don't think, I know Nintendo has some dark shit in their games. Like, look at Ocarina, Majora, and Twilight Princess. There's some dark shit in these games. But I don't think they would ever confirm something like xenophobia and racism. Because I feel like if they said like if they said like Zelda and the King were like racist, and they killed all the Gerudo or they banished all the Gerudo because of xenophobia and racism, that would be very bad for the franchise, considering it's named after her.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Zelda's bad. She seems pretty cool. She seems pretty progressive, you know? But I think the King could be a bad apple, let's just say. Because, like, he does do that whole thing where he's super unaccepting of Zelda and Breath and stuff, and, you know, that's the reason the entirety of Hyrule goes down. Thank you, King Rome Bossaramus Hyrule. That was pretty cool of you.
To be fair, Zelda's the entire reason the entire adult timeline happens, and is the reason that pretty much everyone dies in all of Hyrule.
I think it wasn't a very smart idea to send Link back in time. And back in time,
it was not.
Yeah, like, that dude's been through so much. Like, actually, he needed a break, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna send you back. You're gonna be 7 years older than your actual body, and that's not gonna cause anything bad with you. But go back and live your life, and be so depressed that you get pulled into another world through a forest or something." But yeah, I feel so bad for the Hero of Time.
Nintendo
like, oh my
confirmed that
God.
Child Link is 10 years old and Adult Link is not even adult. Is not. What I
He's like
find
17, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
it's 7
what
years
I
after when he
find
uses the
funny
Master
is
Sword.
that they always call Adult Link, but he's not
Yeah,
even an
he's
adult.
not.
He's 17.
Yeah, he's 17 all of them. Like, it's genuinely, oh my God.
One thing I think I was talking about with Bean, I think a while back, is that I really want them to make a Zelda game where Link is not a kid or a teenager. I think that we need to have a Zelda game where we have like some
Oh my God.
20 or 30-year-old version of Link.
Yeah, like an
Just
actual adult
because
Link.
it would
I
be
think
really cool to have not like a young
Midlife
adult Link
crisis
or
Link.
a teen Link or a kid
Yeah,
Link,
yeah.
but like an actual experienced and grown up Link. Like
Yeah,
maybe they
in,
could even go crazy with it and give him a beard like in the Indigo ROM hack. Who knows?
I have some things to say about this, so keep the video paused. I'm pretty sure it was in A Link to the Past. There's like some old dude that teaches you like sword skills, like basically the Hero Shade. But he's got a beard. He's
No,
like
that's in a
super
Link
old.
You're
but
thinking of A Link Between Worlds.
Yeah. Yeah, they look similar. I confuse them all the time. But yeah, there's just an old dude, and he's like, there's so many implications that make you think that he's actually like an old Link or something. And also, I'm
that's
pretty
actually
sure
a
a lot
really
of the
popular theory.
yeah, and a lot of the like concept art for Breath of the Wild and stuff, when they were like considering what to make Link and stuff, one of them I'm pretty sure was like an older Link with a prosthetic arm at the same time, which I guess they kind of shelved into Tears at the same time. So yeah, I think an older Link would be really cool. It's like it's really made even cooler by the fact that they like actually considered it before. I guess Tears Link is the only actual adult, like he's above 18. The rest are just like 17 at most, which is kind of funny.
You know something
Wonder if they
that
can make
pissed
a
me
third
off a
Tears
lot?
game. Yeah.
Before Tears of the Kingdom came out, Nintendo is I think Aonuma said in an interview about Tears of the Kingdom, this was before the name was ever revealed, and people were still calling it Breath of the Wild 2, and we only had like the small teaser for it.
Yeah, which was so awesome. Oh my God.
Back before we even knew it was called Tears of the Kingdom, I think Aonuma said in an interview that Tears of the Kingdom would be the darkest Zelda game they've ever made, and it would be darker than Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess. And then Tears of the Kingdom came out, and it was not the fucking darkest game they ever made. Not even close.
Yeah, it wasn't totally. Like some of the things are implied, I guess, but it's not like it's not visible like Twilight Princess, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask at all.
I
Like,
don't think Nintendo is ever gonna make a game as dark as Majora's Mask ever again.
Yeah, their
I don't even
audience
think we'll
will
get
just not be able to
as
handle
dark
it, I
as
don't
Twilight
think.
Princess ever again. I don't even think we'll get a game as dark as fucking Ocarina of Time ever again.
Oh my God.
Because consider Ocarina of Time had actual blood in it in an E for
Yeah,
Everyone
yeah.
game. There was like actual blood
Yeah,
and mentions
when
of
you like
torture.
hit Ganondorf in like
Majora's
some of the
Mask
versions, he
literally
literally
had a
spat out
guy
blood.
commit life end. And if you're wondering
Oh
why
my
I say
God.
life end, Twitch doesn't like it when I say the other word.
But yeah, Ganondorf literally spat out blood in like Ocarina in some of the versions, but they made it green in some of the other ones, which just made it look really funny. But yeah. Oh my God. But yeah, it's really cool. I think they did patch them out, like Half-Life in some versions of the game also patched out some of the blood and stuff. But
Half-Life
Ocarina did
patched
the
out
same thing with
blood?
the Shadow. Yeah, but it was still weird because the zombie models and stuff, I'm pretty sure, still had blood on their textures. So
Here's
it's just
the thing
like
about
kind of
Half-Life I
pointless.
bet you didn't know.
Okay.
Did you
go.
know do you know the female assassins in Half-Life 1?
Yeah.
In the original build of the game, they had actual breast physics.
I remember that. Some of the mods re-add that. I remember
Yeah.
playing. What I don't know what it was, but I remember seeing something about that, so I did know that.
In the
like,
original
there's
build
no
of Half-Life
way
1,
to
the
see that
female
physics.
assassins, the special ops assassins, they had actual titty jiggle physics. And then then they later like updated the game and they removed it from the game.
Oh my God! Thank you, Valve. I mean, they're the greatest devs ever. I don't even care at that point. That's
Valve
pretty tame.
innovating like crazy.
You know,
I will
I've
never
believe that
even
that's some
know.
people's fetish.
I
This is
don't even know
Half-Life.
why Valve patched out the jiggle physics, because I have played a shit ton of Half-Life. I'm a big Half-Life fan. I love the Half-Life
Yes,
games. It's probably
good.
like my second favorite like comfort game.
Mhm.
Because I'm a really big retro gamer. I love old games like Half-Life and Doom and stuff. And Half-Life is one of my favorites of all time. I think the original Doom is like my favorite. But like, one thing I will say, I've seen the jiggle physics on the original build of the game. They're
me too.
very subtle. They're not like super like sexual, and also it's fucking polygons. And the jiggle is like very
Yeah.
subtle. It's not like in your face where it's like super like boingy boingy
Yeah,
bouncy.
that and like
It's like
the-
very
there's
subtle.
not even
the
I have
enemy
no
that
idea why the
keeps
fuck
jumping
they
that
patched
really.
around, so it's not
at
like they're
all.
standing still enough for you to like notice.
Yeah, they're always moving around. They're always in dark areas, and they're wearing latex bodysuits, so you can barely see them. And there's just not many of them in the game to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Not
So,
to
yeah.
mention, like, I've actually seen the titty jiggle animation. It is very subtle. It is not like explicitly.
Yeah, it's
like
like
how-
way too undertoned because it's just like one bone moving. It's not like it doesn't have that many polygons to like affect anyway.
Exactly.
It's,
So I
it's
have
so
no idea
subtle.
why they cut it out.
And maybe it's just some regulation thing, or someone got pissed. Or maybe they reduce the it was to reduce the age rating or something. But yeah,
That's crazy.
I'm so excited for HLX and stuff though. Oh my goodness, the leaks are insane.
Finally, someone mentions that. I was hoping.
It's
I
that
was
go.
almost starting to forget
Look in the No Mod
about it,
channel.
but I really need Half-Life 3 to come out. I need Half-Life X to be Half-Life
No.
3.
It's totally gonna be with the Steam machine, which is they somehow defied all odds and still managed to make it like somehow come out this year despite all the RAM stuff happening, and which in relation to the RAM stuff, that's also falling slowly. Like it has had the biggest drop recently, like $14 in a single day, which isn't big, but like it's way bigger for like the biggest drop that we've had in so many years. But I'm fully expecting because the last time they had a hardware release was with the Valve Index, and they released Half-Life Alyx with that, which retconned the story from Half-Life 2, to make the way for a new ending, or to make the way for a new story. I mean, and that's what HLX is, and I'm so excited for it. Like with all the stuff that they're doing and all the leaks that happen from like new Deadlock builds and new CS2 builds, it's just so exciting, you know.
I swear, I'm not shitting you when I say this, but I would sell one of my kidneys, which probably would not sell for much because my kidneys aren't very healthy.
Mine are
but
pristine.
I would still
I'll
fucking
donate
sell
mine.
my kidney for Half-Life 3.
I'll donate mine so we can share a copy of Half-Life 3. I would do that. My kidneys are
I
super
would
healthy.
cut off. Well, actually, I don't think I can say this on Twitch because I think it's promoted.
Yeah, I know.
But I would probably cut off my arm and give my arm to Valve for Half-Life 3. I would give Valve any one of my limbs, any body part that they ask for. I would give up like so much of like my organs, all of my organs for Half-Life 3.
They're gonna. I would get turned into a Half-Life beta stalker just to play Half-Life 3. I hope they make me able to do the scream and all.
Half-Life
God.
3 exists, but you have to give up your eyes, so you will never see it.
That's why you put in a Neuralink to like beam it into your brain or something.
Oh.
The new Valve Index 3 is gonna be just like the full type system from the SAO. Oh my god.
I love Valve, but if they make a brain chip, I don't think I'm gonna be getting that.
They did make a brain chip, actually.
Oh my god. Yeah,
They actually did make a
Oculus
brain
is
chip.
also working on it, so like I wouldn't put it past Valve to
But
do
like
that.
a commercial one, like go buy our brain
Well,
chip.
like consumer, yeah, you can just buy it. It's not corporate, yeah. I get that.
They made an actual brain chip for medical usage.
The goat.
Well, that's different.
That's how Xbox was trying to push the Kinect, but that never happened. But it's useful for VR full body tracking now, I guess. And also
I
ghost
need to like
hunting.
open Steam one morning and there's a big banner that says get the new Steam fork in your head or whatever they call it.
I would get the new Steam lobotomy to see better or something. This automatically
I have a
upgrades your
Valve
game
Index.
to me. It's the goat. It's so good. The controllers are my favorite part of it, but the entire thing is just so good. That's the level that Oculus stuff could have been on nowadays if Facebook didn't buy it. Because the Quest 1 to the Quest 2 was like such a huge quality downgrade in every way. They shifted from like OLEDs to LCDs, like, and switched to like some weird plastic thing, and just, the Quest 1 just felt way more premium in every way, like the build quality and everything.
I have
And
a
the
Valve
Quest 2
Index,
and
and I
VR step
really
down.
want to sell my Valve Index because it's broken.
Oh my god. Oh, what is it? What's broken about? Like the cable? I heard that was a common issue.
No,
And they're
not the
fixing it
cable.
pretty well.
It's my base stations, and I don't feel like replacing them because I bought my Valve Index when I was a kid, and I had a much bigger bedroom. But since then, I moved my entire computer setup. When I turned 18, I moved my computer setup from my childhood bedroom, which was very big, to like a small little office in the basement.
Yeah.
And there's like no room for VR. I could touch the
Oh
ceiling
my god.
very easily, and there's like not enough space to use VR, so I just gave up on using VR.
Yeah,
I have a
room-
ceiling fan, and I
Oh my God.
smashed one of the light bulbs on it in
Oh.
VR.
Oh jeez. That's why that's my thing. I have a like kind of a big room, I guess, and my bed also just like folds in, so it becomes like a single size anyway. So I have a lot of room for VR. But also I just don't get immersed that often in VR, so I don't like get motion sick or anything, which is the upside. But I just don't get immersed at all, so I don't like lose my sense of where I am and stuff. Like I can feel where my feet are, so I don't fall over in VR, and I don't like accidentally hit things. Unless
I
I'm
had
running or
more
something. I
Alani
did
Nu
once.
to drink, but I ran out.
Oh my god. No, I have to force that feeling. I want to be honest. It's awesome. I have to like think on it, and then only then do I get it. But it's only sometimes. You know when like a fly's buzzing by your head and you get that like itch or something above your nose? I also get that in VR sometimes. If someone's like hovering their face close to me in VR chat or something. We should do that, by the way. That'd be awesome.
I wish I had more Alani Nu, but I ran out.
Oh my god.
It's sad. Now I have nothing to drink.
Oh.
It's an energy
What even is
drink.
Alani? I was wondering that earlier. It's an energy drink, but like, how did you respond before I asked? How did you do that? Oh my god.
I'm a psycho.
Oh, Alice, I said we should do VR chat. It'd probably be fun. I don't know. Since it has like a, desktop mode and everything. And also, it got like a full release on phones recently. I don't know if
wonder
iOS is
if
supported, but
any
yeah.
of the
run pretty well.
developers have looked at my bug reports.
Yeah, I do. Wait, me too. I also have a Quest 3. Yeah.
I have a Quest 2.
What's your question?
I don't like the Quest because they can brick your whole console if your Facebook gets banned.
Thank you, Facebook. I do have it, but I just use it with my PC anyway. I don't run it natively.
The moment the Steam frame comes out, I'm selling my Quest 2.
Oh my god, I want to get the Quest Pro especially because it has like face tracking and mouse tracking and stuff. I want it.
wonder if we're ever gonna finish this video. I think everyone forgot about it.
Everyone forgot about it. We started talking about Half-Life. Then wait, it was like, how did we get here? How did we get here?
Whatever happened, there's no Gerudo left in Hyrule, their land and buildings are abandoned, and no one seems to care or even talk about it.
What's this video going
Even if they did go quietly, it's pretty effed up, whatever it was. The Hylian map of this place calls it the Great Desert, not the Gerudo Desert. So it's possible some Hylians don't recognize this place as even belonging to the Gerudo.
I agree with that, Aja. Oh my god.
They've been erased.
I say that every day.
This is the kind of location that as I explored it more and more, it made me go, what the hell is this place? It has paintings of Queen Rutella, the Sacred Grove, Orden Ranch, a place in the sky, and even the Arbiters Grounds. Then there's that portrait of the man that looks like Rauru, depicting him clearly as a great man. The paintings were hard to make out in the original release, so it was only just made clear in this version that they depict these people. The manga states that this was a Shays family house, but they abandoned it.
Manga stuff.
They learned of the Yeti
Starts
moving in
screaming
and they
so-
were fine with it,
Oh,
after
good, it's
learning
not
that they
the
weren't a
last
threat. But again, the manga's great, but no one ever said it was canon to the game. What's certain is that the
Oh, that's
mansion's
so
been
cool.
abandoned for some time, so whoever it belonged to is long gone. I personally think this was Rauru's family house. Despite how little we personally see of him in any game, he's one of the greatest men who ever lived. He's the Sage of Light and was capable of entering the Sacred Realm at will. In this timeline, he used his powers to hide the Triforce in another dimension, preventing it from ever being stolen. It was likely Ra-Ru who was the great hero to get rid of Ganondorf, many people unaware of Link's deeds in that other timeline. If my interpretation of the sages being those we see in Ocarina of Time just hidden behind masks in spiritual form, Ra-Ru would have been the one to carry out the execution, assuming that he was still alive however long it took for them to capture Ganondorf. Even if only some of those accolades are true, the king would have made him fabulously wealthy and celebrated. He clearly enjoyed a nice retirement. There's also concept art that shows Ra-Ru was planned to appear as the Sage of Light in the execution scene, and they chose to turn him into the spiritual design later. It isn't fair to say that that's canon, necessarily, it just shows that it was thought about when crafting the story. What's bizarre about this place is all the armor and the functional weaponry and cannons. It makes me wonder if this was a war fort that got converted into a mansion later. Depending on the source, this man is known as either the Hero's Spirit or the Hero's Shade. He regrets that he was unable to pass on his life lessons and that he was not remembered as a hero.
Theory. It's not even a theory, it was confirmed.
Yeah.
This skeleton
Yeah.
was once
Or no, I don't think it was
hero
like.
of time.
Was it explicitly confirmed?
Yes,
like
it
the
was
This
confirmed.
hero
Hyrule story.
is his descendant,
Yeah, this
seen
story.
by them both
think-
having the
didn't people
otherwise
say that was
unique
a
power
non-canon
to
or
turn
something?
into a
I don't know,
wolf when
whatever,
others
but that's
would
also where
become
I know it
spirits.
from.
The Hero of Time left the reality in which he was known as the Hero of Time, and the only adventure he went on in this reality was Majora's Mask, taking place in yet another alternate world. No one in Hyrule knew that he saved the world twice, and he died an inconsequential death. According to Fado in Ocarina of Time, those who die in the Lost Woods become Stalfos. So he just died in the forest one day to some unknown death. It's theorized that the Hero of Time ended up marrying Malon and they had children. This Link is a descendant working on a ranch with a horse that resembles Epona and canonically has the same name. I don't think it's fair to say that this is the same Epona, even if she does have the same name, because horses don't have that long of a lifespan.
Also, don't forget
Some
the
like to
Kokiri
think that
symbols
the
in
Hero of Time and
Forest
Zelda
Temple
were in
with Twilight
love,
Princess.
and
That's
that
also
they
a
ended
thing.
up becoming a
It's
couple
totally
in the
the same
end.
place.
I don't personally believe in this. There's that one line where it's implied that Link and Zelda might have some kind of familial connection. And if we talk about the Zelda that Link got to know in the alternate timeline, things between them seem kind of poisoned, honestly. She regrets ever meeting him because he missed out on his childhood, all because she involved him in this war. So I think Malon as a potential love interest is very plausible and matches up a lot with this Link living on a ranch. Tragically, the Hero of Time went on his long journey to Termina to look for Navi, his beloved friend whom he lost contact with after returning to the past. The Hero Shade doesn't have a fairy with him.
I just want to say I personally believe the Malon theory. I don't think in any of the games Link ever ends up with Zelda, because it would make his
I also
bloodline
believe
royalty.
Some of like the links maybe ended up with them, but like you know, Skyward Sword, etc. But like the other ones, it's very heavily implied that they didn't get with Zelda and got with someone else instead. Because like Twilight Princess Link didn't seem to, you know, be in that sort of relationship at all. He totally got up with like Lily
I think the
instead.
only ones that have actually ever ended up with Zelda is Link from Zelda 2 and Link in Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh yeah. Wait, say that again. I was like zoned out for a second. Oh my goodness, what just happened?
I think the only versions of Link to ever end up with Zelda is Link from Zelda 2 and Link in Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, for me, it's that, but also Skyward Sword, because you know that's just like obvious from the first minute. I love their relationship in that. But yeah, Breath of All the End Tears is pretty sweet, also.
Did you hear the theory that Groose was the very first Gerudo?
Yeah, I did. I'm a big fan of it. I like it. I believe it. It's like he got with the Impa, and then that was the first Gerudo person or whatever.
It's likely that he died without ever finding her.
That is so sad.
The Fused Shadow may have been created by none
So I'm
other
saying
than
that Hiroshi is the
Majora.
saddest character ever.
Oh,
For
shit.
those
this is
unfamiliar,
interesting. This is
Majora
really
is an ancient, destructive
Okay.
magician. They excelled at creating
I know about
magical
this one.
artifacts, yet are entirely
thing.
depraved and
I remember
insane.
it, but still.
Their greatest creation, Majora's Mask, nearly brought about the apocalypse more than once. The Fused Shadow is cracked over one eye, but the one intact is unmistakably Majora's eye. Zant scoffs at it compared to Ganon's power and chooses not to make use of his half of the device, so this might be a lesser creation. Majora was from an ancient tribe that used magical masks and hexing rituals, but it brought great destruction and had to be sealed away to prevent misuse. Sound familiar? Oh, absolutely. It's possible that Majora's tribe were the interlopers, or that they were the Terminian counterparts of the interlopers. Majora's origin is unknown, but both masks existed in Hyrule and not Termina, and Zelda Encyclopedia tells us the interlopers were Hylian. Granted, I don't put a lot of stock in this book compared to the content of the games. I've always found it particularly frustrating how this book is completely contradictory to existing lore when it comes to Termina specifically. Within the same book, they call it a manifestation of Skull Kid's imagination, but then also call it a parallel world, and at other times it's been called a neighboring land or a byproduct of the goddesses creating Hyrule, and there's many alternate worlds like it. We don't know. Going back to the Fused Shadow, there's clearly some kind of a connection. A mask that possesses Majora's signature. Dark magic. Ancient tribes. The ancient stone tower temple in Termina makes a mockery of the Triforce and rejects the goddesses, while housing a shrine to Majora. We've seen Hyrule prior to the invasion of the interlopers, and in none of those appearances are there any dead ringers for the Twilight ancestors living in those times. They may have hailed from another land entirely.
Oh, yesterday for you? Oh my god. 9 minutes from now, it's gonna be tomorrow for you as well. Don't worry. Oh my god.
No.
Hi, Jaga Conroy.
Well, time to find another one. I might do one more, then I'm gonna go to bed. Oh, I'm not fucking watching this one. This one's an hour long. This one is fucking 5 hours and 20 minutes. No. Capt Bergerson's The Dungeon Design of Twilight Princess. All dungeons examined. 5 hours and 20 minutes. Wait, what the fuck is this? This guy is claiming Twilight Princess is the shadow of Colossus. What the fuck? How does that even work?
The series for the first time, 2/3 of you said I should play Twilight Princess. That's an impressive number, because when can you get 2/3 of Zelda fans to agree on anything? Aside from that, I'll admit though, I have been slacking because I did that poll over a year ago and it was only last month that I finally got around to playing it. Now, after a year and a half of wondering, I finally understand why you guys were so adamant that I play Twilight Princess next. It's because it's Shadow of the Colossus, just with Zelda's gameplay. Now before you start flaming me in the comments, let me just say this. Not only is Twilight Princess a freaking great game that holds up almost 20 years later, there's an abundance of things that make it a beautiful, original work of art. But let's be honest, I'm not the only one to point out the many things in the game that are similar to Shadow of the Colossus.
You're not the only
Long
one?
stretches of barren land that you cross alone with your horse. The use of bloom lighting effects, popularized by Shadow of the Colossus and its predecessor Eco. The lost civilizations you uncover that share similar looking architecture. The protagonist wielding a sword made of light, the existence of creatures made of shadow, a boss fight where you fight an eel underwater by stabbing its weak points. What the heck is this? Well, after doing some research, I found out that the directors for both Twilight Princess and Shadow of the Colossus were not only friends, they openly have talked about how their games have inspired each other. Specifically, how the climbing mechanics in Colossus were similar in Breath of the Wild, and how the bosses in Colossus, didn't mean for that to rhyme, were designed to be like mini Zelda dungeons. Given this information, I don't think it's unreasonable to theorize that Fumito Ueda and Eiji Aonuma have willingly shared notes with one another and consciously borrowed elements from each other's games in order to make them better. Now, one can reasonably argue that none of this is true, that even if they are friends, the similarities between the two games are pure coincidence. After all, it's not that unusual to have enemies made out of shadow, or to have bosses with weak points. However, there is one other shared element between the two games that I didn't mention, one that makes me inclined to believe that both games were, in fact, influenced by each other. They both seem to have the same metaphysics. Not only that, when I started looking at the ways in which the magic systems in both games aligned, I started to uncover some things about Twilight Princess's lore that I don't think anybody ever noticed. I refer to things like the turquoise lettering that we see on the skin of the Twilight race and their architecture, or the serpent iconography that we see on their clothes, the masks of the shadow beasts, and Zon's throne room. Today, I'm going to expand upon these long-running mysteries and...
Zon. It's Zan.
I wasn't gonna mention it.
I've never heard that
Who the
before
fuck
either. Oh my
pronounces his
god.
name like that?
It's so funny. You know, when people got
But
their
before I
pronunciations,
do,
I used to say
I will
vanilla just
kindly
because
ask
it's
that
Celtic,
if you
and I
like
still
this
do.
video, please make sure to give it a like.
'Cause I
That
used to say
helps me
Latin
out a
before,
lot.
then I started
Also,
watching
if you
his
like
videos,
the
and I
work I
started
do
saying
here
vanilla
and want to
instead.
help ensure its continuation,
He's
please
Celtic.
consider supporting me on
wait till
Patreon
bro
or joining my
mentions
YouTube member section. I will leave links to both in the description box below. Finally, there are, of
I can't
course,
believe they added
major
Midas to-
spoilers ahead
I mean,
for
Midnight
not
to
only
Twilight
both
Princess.
games, but also two other games that occupy the same world of Shadow of the Colossus. That being the aforementioned Eco and The Last Guardian. Now, let's start by looking at the basic similarities. The main similarity between those three games and Twilight Princess is that they are predicated on the idea that every aspect of life is a mixture of light and shadow. This fact is demonstrated in the Team Eco games, primarily, when various characters are stripped of their light essence and turn into black, ghostly apparitions. In Eco, boys with horns are sent to the Evil Queen's castle. There, they're stripped of their light essence so it may be used to prolong the Queen's life. In Shadow of the Colossus, we see this division happen with the Colossi when they die, and a shadow takes over them. The same thing happens with the main character Wander when he gets stabbed at the end of the game. In The Last Guardian, it's not boys with horns, but seemingly random children that are brought to the game's villain, known as the Master of the Valley. It divides a child's light essence from its dark essence, placing the light essence into barrels that are then fed to the Trico species. I'll come back to the purpose of that essence in a second, because it's important. First, let's turn to Twilight Princess. That game features the Twilight species, which are beings made of both light and shadow, which is obviously appropriate given that their world, like the very concept of Twilight, rests on the boundary between day and night. but alongside that, they all appear to have this glowing turquoise lettering on all their bodies. Immediately, I was reminded of the children from The Last Guardian, whose bodies also had turquoise lettering on them. But this color scheme carries over to Eco and Shadow of the Colossus as well, typically with the eyes of the shadow creatures. Initially, as I said a moment ago, I thought that this turquoise substance, when I came across it in The Last Guardian, was the essence of light. But after having played Twilight Princess, I'm now inclined to think of it as a third substance that sits alongside light and darkness. Now, what is this third substance? Well, the answer to that is where the mind-blowing stuff lies. Follow me here. About 6 years ago, two titans of the Team Eco fan community, known as WeSee and Nomad Colossus, came across an unused cutscene from a preview build of Shadow of the Colossus. That cutscene featured various illustrations from the 16th century physician and occultist Robert Fludd. When I looked into the meaning of these illustrations and Fludd's theory surrounding the occult, I found that they bore striking similarity to the game's magic system. To Fludd, every aspect of life was a mixture of three elements: light/order, darkness/chaos, and a substance which he referred to as both the waters and the spirit of the Lord. When the light of God acted upon the dark chaos at the beginning of time, this birthed the spirit. This concept was deeply inspired by the Paracelsian medical movement of the 16th century, which posited that every aspect of life had a Trinitarian makeup, reflecting the initial state of the Christian God. For instance, Paracelsus believed that every aspect of life was made up of three primordial elements: sulfur, salt, and mercury. He also believed this division corresponded to a human's spiritual and physical makeup, in that they were a mixture of soul, body, and spirit. Light, darkness, and the spirit of the Lord were just the first in this line of Trinitarian divisions. But to start roping things back to the games, I draw your attention to the third element in each of these rows. Starting with the waters/spirit of the Lord, Fludd believed that this was the, quote, passive matter that made up all substances. In other words, it was a sort of primordial life force from which all life arose. It is from the waters that the four Aristotelian elements burst forward: earth, wind, fire, and water, and then the rest of the universe. This line of thought culminates with Fludd's idea that the perfection of this spiritual energy, this life force, was the sun. Quote, "It was the light of the Lord informing the chaos, which resulted in the formation of the world. And it was the same divine light arising from the Spirit which on the fourth day was formed into the sun and received into the ethereal heaven. The universal spirit of life, the waters, was also conveyed through the light of the sun which passes through and forms part of the air around us." Keep this idea of the sun equaling the spirit of the Lord in the back of your mind, because it's going to pay off
God,
later.
scary.
For now, allow me to articulate the obvious point
Hi,
I'm
Alice.
trying to make.
You're just going your
If
phone
we
or
take
something?
this concept of this life force, which underlies
so bad.
all
Why did it play, like,
substances
five
and
sounds
apply
of
it
her
to both
leaving?
Twilight Princess and
Oh my
the
God.
Team
Should
Eco
let the
games,
activity
a
and
lot
the
of
voice chat.
things
The activity,
start
the
to
call,
line
and
up.
probably
Starting with The Last
something. I don't know,
Guardian,
but yeah.
the barrels of life force,
French
let's
one.
call
Oh my
them,
God.
appear to birth butterflies in its raw form. The same is true with the Easter egg barrel in the Shadow of the Colossus remake, although these same butterflies are seen littered throughout the game world, adding more credence to the idea that this substance underlies everything. This does not seem to be the only purpose of the substance though, for its application can be found everywhere, with the turquoise glow found on contraptions, to weapons, to clothing, to architecture. In Eco, as I said before, it appears that the evil queen has the horned boys drained of this life force so that she may prolong her own life, and not fall to shadow like everybody does upon their death. And let's not forget that this glow can be seen in the blocks in both Eco and Shadow of the Colossus. This happens when they appear out of thin air in Eco and when they disappear into thin air in Shadow of the Colossus. Almost as if the spirit of the Lord, to whatever extent it exists in the element of air, was manipulated to create something else. But we'll return to that idea in just a few seconds. Turning to Twilight Princess, one of the first times we encounter this turquoise glow is when Link first turns into a wolf in the Twilight Realm. When he tries to observe people from his world, they show up as little balls of turquoise, which the character Midna refers to as what? Oh yeah, spirits. In the architecture of the Palace of Twilight, and on the bodies of the Twilight species, this turquoise glow appears. The way I interpret this is that the less light there is, the more the spirit beneath shines forward. This interpretation is bolstered by two pieces of evidence. First, when Midna is subjected to a burst of light, the lettering on her body disappears. Second, regarding the children in The Last Guardian, it seems that when they're inside the body of a Trico beast, their light essence gets dissolved to the point that only the shadow and spirit remain, which is then divided. Now theoretically, if one could manipulate this passive matter that laid under all of life's substances, or maybe add or subtract from it, you could perform certain magical feats, like I said with the blocks in the Team Eco games. The same principle applies in the Palace of Twilight, where rigidity could be made of something that was once ethereal. By manipulating the spirit that underlies time and space, one could create wormholes, portals from one location to the next. This is why, when fast traveling in Twilight Princess, the turquoise glow accompanies the wormhole. And it is also why, when the evil queen from Eco randomly appears out of nowhere, out of the void of space, the turquoise glow accompanies her. The same is true when the queen attacks you with void blasts and protects herself with a void bubble at the end of Eco, and also for the protective void which surrounds the Master of the Valley in The Last Guardian. It's being manipulated by that underlying spirit, that passive matter. At this point, I understand that what I have pointed out might not be sufficient for some of you, that this doesn't suggest a sharing of notes between Fumito Ueda and Eiji Aonuma, or that they were both inspired by Flood's metaphysics. That said, I have one more piece of evidence that I think will, at worst, make my assertions seem reasonable, and at best, leave your mind blown. I refer to the game's serpent symbolism, specifically the two-serpent caduceus, seen everywhere in the Twilight's iconography. It appears on Midna's helmet, on the piece of jewelry hanging from her forehead, on the heads of the shadow beasts, on the back of the Mirror of Twilight, on the character Zant's robes, and in his throne room. As far as I'm aware, there is no reference to a dual serpent god in Twilight Princess or in Zelda lore generally. So what is the purpose of it here? Well, what mythological figure is most famous for wielding a caduceus wand? That would be the Roman god Mercury. And what is the chemical compound that Paracelsus and Flood equated with
they're
the
gone
human
again.
spirit and the spirit of
again.
God?
But now they're
Once
on
again,
mobile.
Mercury. In the
No,
occult
she's been on mobile, I
tradition,
think.
both Mercury
That's what Peter
and
should be
the
before.
alchemical derivative, Mercurius,
broken.
were seen as
Oh, I
both
think it's
world-creating
probably just because you're
spirits and
using Bluetooth
spirits
earphones,
that
maybe that's
underlay
why.
all of creation.
That really
Mercurius
sucks
specifically
on
took
mobile
on multiple
Discord for, like,
forms,
calls
due
and
to the
stuff.
fact that its spirit underlies all matter in the universe.
Yeah,
but it
yeah,
did take
totally.
on two canonical forms. One
I know
is
that
the
because I have
chemical
that
form
exact
of
same issue. It
Mercury,
stinks.
and the other is a dual-headed snake or dragon. When it was depicted in this latter form, it's often seen uniting two opposing elements, like sun and moon, male and female, or light and darkness, for it was born from opposite elements and can move between them. Thus,
Why is
what
it
better
doing
symbol
that?
could there be for the
It's so
Twilight
funny.
species to worship? A species
Is it
born
like-
of
I don't know
light
how
and
humidifiers
darkness,
work.
and
Does
which
it
can
just have, like,
manipulate
the
the
thingy
substance,
turned off
the
or something? I don't
spirit
know.
that emerged from both. And to put the final cherry on top of my theory, remember how I
sounds-
said that the sun
Oh,
in
I thought that
Fledian
was just
theory
static sound.
was
That was-
the source of the
my
Lord's
God.
spirit? How appropriate is it that with so many depictions of this two-headed
so
serpent, it is
I've only used them
associated
before.
with or
I
coiled
think it's
around
just, like-
what appears to be the sun?
I don't know, like,
Of course, the
atomize
sun
it or
cannot
something?
fully
Like a
exist
spray?
in the Twilight realm, so the
Or do
Twilight
they
had
just,
to
like, steam it
compensate
up?
by
Or do they
creating
make it-
their
oh, it does make them
substitute,
really hot.
the
I'm assuming
sol,
they just atomize
which of
it.
course is Latin for sun, and appears to be made of that same
So
turquoise life force, emerging from Sol and sun.
Oh, I see.
While none of this is definitive, I do think what I've put forward is
As
reasonable
long as it's
and
not
fun to
shooting
think about.
scalding hot
It also
water
gives us
everywhere.
some potentially greater
Yeah, I think
insight into the
I hope
history
that's
of
fine.
Twilight
But no,
culture
I mean,
and
yes,
the
I
dark
can-
interlopers
whatever,
that
it's
preceded
not
them. Maybe
Yeah,
they
it's
were
just-
banished to the Twilight Realm as some sort of ironic punishment, because they wanted to develop a magic that partook of both light and dark. Anyway, that will do it for this video. Thank you very much for checking it out.
No.
Remember to give it a like
Already
before
over?
you
Oh my
click
God.
off, and leave a comment if you have any thoughts or criticisms. Finally, if you liked my analysis, you will certainly like my other videos on Zelda, which are displayed on screen now. Until next time, remember to stay safe and stay yellow.
Oh my
Did you
god.
say
I don't think so.
that? It's a interesting video.
It's awesome. I liked it. All three of them have been so good.
I am so sleepy now.
So sleepy. Well, so am I. I've been sleepy for like, I don't know, maybe like the past 8 hours? No, maybe more like 5 IDK. But yeah. Yeah, it's still there's still 1 hour, so I'm gonna be on for another hour. So yeah, that's cool. Like a cold front. Is that like something to do in war or something? Oh, it's weather. Oh my god. Okay, cool. Wow, I do not know this stuff. Oh, yeah, I like to think we just have that 24/7 in the UK. It's that or it's just so hot that you feel like dying because it's also super humid at the same time. And it's just so bad. But it's gonna be fine this time because I have my AC this time, and the summer doesn't know that. It's already getting hot, which is really scary because like we're still in March. I mean we're still in April. It's really terrifying.
It was like plus 15 Celsius 2 weeks
Dang
ago,
it.
and then a week afterward there was snow everywhere, and it snowed for like 10 hours.
We don't get snow here at all. Like, I know people are like, oh my god, the temperature isn't even that high. Why are people in the UK crying? But they don't understand. Like, no one ever looks at the humidity at all, and that just like that almost matters more than the temperature. In
Holy fuck! I think I'm gonna go to bed now. Well, I guess I don't think anyone's still here, right? Everyone probably left. Oh, we still have 6 people here. Okay. That's a surprise. I thought everyone would have went to bed. I'm gonna raid someone.